So in this video I will try to comment with my own notes and writings and my own interpretation speculative logic, and I will begin by the first part, which is being quality. These are the categories, or the Denkbestimmungen, the thought determinations of quality. So when we ask the question, what is quality, what does it mean to qualify, we use these determinations, and I will comment with my own current understanding each of these categories. But first I will begin by expressing in my own words the meaning and the importance of the categories precisely. And I could draw, I will edit the video just to shorten some passages eventually, but otherwise I improvise. I just use my own notes. So why are the categories so important? I used to say that the world had lost its metaphysics, and here's an illustration to illustrate the importance of the categories. So human beings live within the world that we call nature, which means the world of time, space, matter, movement, energy, and the laws of physics, and eventually the laws of chemistry and biology, and the world, the spatio-temporal world. And through the use of language, we can describe our experience of the world. We use words to give a meaning, interpretation to our experience of the world. We communicate our interiority, our thoughts, our feelings, our emotions. We can write, we can speak, we can shout, we can whisper, whatever. And language is the exteriorization of an interiority, namely when human beings speak, they communicate what they have in mind, as you call this in English. And language is kind of an intermediary between nature, defined as the world of phenomena, basically what people call the real world, and the realm of logic. And each or most words contain thoughts. Language is to logic, to pure thought, what one might say the body is to the soul, or what the clothes are to the body. So it's kind of an intermediary. That's a way of talking. It's not to be taken literally. It's just a way of expressing, because I have understood and decided that from now on I would speak without too much planning, without too much rigor. So it's not to be taken literally. It's just a way of expressing. So language envelopes thoughts, because language expresses thoughts. But the purpose of thinking and studying logic is to try to grasp the thoughts, the Denkbestimmungen, the thought determinations, which are hidden within language, and to make sure that when we speak, we express the proper thought, that we think correctly, and to make sure that we use the correct words to express the correct thoughts to determine if our relationship to the world, which is nature, is proper, adequate, if we understand ourselves, the world, others, etc., etc. And I will just I will quote a French writer, Albert Camus, who says that basically when we use the proper meaning of words or the correct words, we appease a lot of problems. That's not the proper way, but it can be found in the English translation, whatever. But starting to use the proper words with the proper meaning is a step towards healing, intellectual, mental, metaphysical healing, which is maybe in my view is the first step towards all sorts of problem solving. And I will just use an example. When people use the word God, there are a lot of debates about what God is, and if you have followed the video, the purpose of this video, and if I could continue to produce videos, is to define what being is, and here it's the qualitative aspect of being. So that's why before answering the question what is God, one has to start by answering the question what is being. But that's what I will try to do. God, it's a word used to express representations, which in German are Vorstellungen, that people have about what they call God. But if you talk about God, you have to make sure, what are you talking about? Do you mean a bearded guy living in the sky? Do you mean the God of Aristotle, the God of Spinoza, the God of the Muslims, the God of the Christians, the God of the Jews? Do you mean the God of oh my God? Maybe that's the most well-known God. Whatever. So, or I could take another example. You can insert the name of any country. Every citizen of any country has a representation of what his country is. Germany, America, Venezuela, Vietnam, whatever. But it's just a word that people use to express representation, inner determinations of the mind, which can be Vorstellungen, which are representation, thoughts, memories, emotions, feelings, whatever. But people disagree with one another because most of the time they do not define the words that they use. That's why the first step towards understanding speculative logic is to rigorously define the words that are being used. And the categories are the pure thought determinations, namely the pure categories mean to classify, to order, to structure in the realm of pure thought, and they are embodied, dressed up in language. The relationship soul, body, or body, clothes. I will not start making jokes about undressing language because yeah, these are naked thoughts and these are clothed or dressed thoughts, basically. And I will illustrate. And I made a video about Der Verstand, so I may talk about Der Verstand during the video, but I will put the link down below. And now I will. The first step towards understanding speculative logic, which is the mind of God, basically, is to understand the basic logic. So the categories are the determinations of the mind and also of being, and I will comment each of these categories, which are the way the mind is structured, and this is the categories that people unconsciously use to order and structure and make sense of their relationship to reality. And as will be shown, these categories, although it's written in German, they are contained in language, and I will illustrate. And the logic. I don't read this book any longer because whatever, but it says somewhere that this is the presentation of the mind of God in his eternal essence before the creation of the world and a finite mind. So this book that I show is the complex mind of God, and somewhere else I have the simple version, which is so yeah. So here is the mind of God for smart people, the mind of God for idiots. This is the book that I've spent the past months reading. And here, what I'm about to talk about, it's even more simplified. These are just my own notes and my own interpretation. So it's not to be taken too seriously, but it can shed light, hopefully. Because, like I said, the first moment towards understanding oneself, understanding reality, the world, understanding God, is to first to be able to master the categories. And I have failed to communicate the importance of the categories, but hopefully I will try to be as rigorous as I can, knowing that I do not understand fully each of these categories, but also to illustrate with examples that I have found useful to try to understand. And yeah, so I will begin. Okay. Maybe I will make short cuts when I write to avoid wasting time. So, logic is the science of the determinations of thought, the laws of thought, and then all the categories, reflections, Bestimmungen, and concepts that are used to actually it's not the proper way of talking. It's the totality of all the determinations of thought, and what the writings of Hegel call die Idee, which is the idea, is precisely the totality of all thought determination. That would be one way of illustrating. So the idea is a totality which is in relation to itself, and here the division will be all the categories in the broad sense. That would be an illustration. And the Wissenschaft der Logik is divided into 3 parts. I will not be very rigorous because precisely I am not using the proper terminology. So I just show, because it has been useful to me, I just show the broad picture. Logic is divided in 3 parts, for lack of a better word: Sein, Wesen, Begriff, which means being, essence, concept. And usually in ordinary language, when people talk about the essence of an object, actually they mean the concept, but they are logically different. So this is the broad view of the totality of all thought determinations, Denkbestimmungen. And here, in this first video, I intend to talk about the logic of being, to answer the question, what is being? And within the logic of being, there are 3 broad subdivision. It's not very rigorous, but whatever. Qualität, Quantität, und das Maß, which means measure. Qualität, Quantität measure, and it's the same old trick, as I could say. Quality, like a being passes into essence and comes back into their Begriff, the concept, and the formal structure is not very rigorous, but the formal structure is kind of similar, namely quality goes into quantity, and quantity comes back into quality, which quantity wants to come back into quality. That's not a proper way of talking, but whatever. But actually, it cannot, because it has been negated. So the return of quantity into quality doesn't produce quality, but quantitative quality, that which we call measure. So the third moment is the unity of the first two moments. That's the broad view. And now, if we examine the categories of quality, I will not draw because here it's intelligible. The three moments of what is the proper terminology? Of qualitative being are being, Dasein, Für-sich-Sein. So being goes into Dasein, and Dasein wants to return into being, but the return of Dasein into being is called Für-sich-Sein. Okay, so now I will begin with the categories of being within qualitative being. Yeah, okay, so whatever. So I just write the categories. Reine Sein means pure being, and here I decided that I would not cheat by, I will not use the works of Hegel, but I will use my own work, because that's the work of the negative, as Hegel would say. Okay, so pure being. What is being? Let us begin with Nietzsche. If I try to answer the question, what is this? I give determinations. It's a book written in German about the writings of Nietzsche. Here I can already give a determination. It has a quality, namely it's a book. I'm not saying that it's a good book or a bad book, although if Nietzsche could speak, he would say, that's one of my best books. So when we speak about quality, here it's not very rigorous, but when we speak about quality, already there's a misunderstanding, because people think that quality means good quality. Quality means just to qualify. A bad book is still a book. The quality here is book. Good and bad, these are determinations of judgment, whether or not a book is in accordance with its own concepts, namely that the purpose of a book is to be a good book. The purpose of a Christian is to be a good Christian. It's not always easy, or whatever. Yeah, so when we speak about quality, it means to qualify, not to judge. Good and bad quality is judgment. Qualify is just to talk about the quality. So, this book, it has a weight, a size, a shape, a length, a width, a breadth, colors, parts. It has been brought into being by whoever printed this. So these are examples of to qualify what this is. It's a physical object, it's a cultural object as well. It has physical properties. A physicist, a chemist could analyze this book. The ink could be chemically analyzed. But also it's a cultural object, namely a philosopher or anyone could analyze. Analyze means to separate, etc., but could analyze this book. So when we ask the question, what is it? We try to answer the question about the being of whatever is, and we give determination. So this book is not pure being, because it has a determinate shape, size, weight. Sometimes it's very heavy. Whatever. Properties, etc., etc. So this book, or any other book, whatever, is not pure being because it is determined. It has properties, it has qualities. So if we want to think about pure being, we have to leave aside. Here would already be more abstract. There are no pictures. So in order to think about being, reine Sein, we have to abstract, to negate, to leave aside, to detach, basically, the determinations of objects or whatever we think about, to leave the determinations, I mean the properties, characteristics, features, etc., and to abstract, to leave aside. Let us think not about this book, but about a book in general. General is the ordinary language for universality, whatever. A book in general has no specific weight. There are books which are pretty lighter. This book is lighter than this one, for instance. So the specific, which is an ordinary word for particular, whatever. The determinations of any given book are fully determined, namely the size, weight, content, form, etc., etc. But if we think about a book in its universality, it has no shape, no size, no definite, which means determined number of pages. It doesn't talk about any topic, any specific topic. So, yeah, I will just use another example. Yeah, here is another book about Nietzsche. This, for instance, is a book whose content is empty. And there is nothing in it, so it's a great way of talking about being a nothing. Whatever. So in order to arrive at the thought of pure being, we have to leave aside determination. We have to abstract. We cannot see pure being because in order to see there has to be a vision, colors, light, distance, an object, and all these determinations are determined precisely. So let us begin with pure being, but pure being actually is I will say what in pure being there is nothing. There are no determinations. Because if there were any determinations, any properties, qualities, there would be. It wouldn't be pure being. It would be determined being, that which the German called Dasein, basically. Okay. So it's not very rigorous, but it can make the rigorous aspect they are to be found in the works of Hegel. So basically, I simplify. In pure being, there is nothing. No determination, no character, nothing to see, nothing to talk about, nothing to express, because there is nothing, basically. And, yeah. But let us talk about pure being, which is nothing. I use my own notes. In case it's not clear, the logical determinations are the metaphysical definition of God, basically. So each category can be used to metaphysically define God. Yeah, to illustrate pure being, which is the absence of any determination. If we had to qualify pure being, but it's contradictory because if we qualify, as we'll see, we introduce determinations and determinacy, which means negation, so it's no longer pure being, it's being with negation that we call Dasein. But if we had to talk just for the sake of making things intelligible, we would say Unmittelbarkeit, which is immediacy. Pure being is immediate. It is not mediated in relation to an other, it's in relation to itself immediately. But it's not a proper way of talking, but whatever. Bestimmungslosigkeit, which means the absence of determination, but Bestimmungslosigkeit only has Dasein in relation to Bestimmungen. So what is undetermined, undefined, is defined in relation to what is defined or what is determined. It's really simple here, it can get more complex. Or a Gleichheit mit sich selbst, which means equality with itself. So there is no difference within pure being, because there is nothing, precisely. Yeah. So pure being is nothing, because there is nothing to see, talk about, determine, think. It's pure immediacy. It's nothing, basically. Yeah. So now, yeah. I will write names. Yeah. I will write names. Parmenides is a Greek philosopher who talked about being. He said being is, non-being is not. So, as Hegel would say, the logical determinations that are thought in the process of logic unfolding itself can be found also in the history of philosophy, more or less rigorously. And Parmenides is the Greek philosopher who talks about being, pure being in its pure abstraction. So, yeah. Then there is a current physicist, Mr. Agelin, John Agelin, who talks about cosmic consciousness, and I will put maybe the link in the description below. The unified field, he says that at the highest level there is a pure potentiality. I will put a link to his videos. And also, it could be envisioned as what Jewish Kabbalah calls Ein Sof, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. In this book, they talk about Jewish Kabbalah. So this is what the Kabbalah calls Ein Sof, which is some sort of the principle of the absolute. Yeah. And one way of envisioning pure being, which is a thought. So at this moment, which is not yet a moment, but thought and being are identical. And one way of envisioning what pure being is could be self-relation of the self, not the psychological empirical self, but the thinking self, das Ich, what Kant would call the transcendental ego, but precisely the transcendental ego is determined by the categories, and the categories of Kant are not exactly those of Hegel. So the absolute indifference, namely the pure relation to self, I am me, I cannot be anyone else, but actually maybe I can. Maybe that's the problem, I don't know. Ich being Ich, and this pure self-relation, this pure immediacy of thought with itself. And if people watch this video, they can make probably the experience that every thinking individual can think of himself and being in relation to himself. And I will illustrate with pop culture. Taylor, me, I've listened to this song. It's a great song. I can't deny this. But I will not sing. I put the link. You can listen to the song. Taylor sings better than I do. Yeah. Okay. So, because there is nothing in, and just the moment of das Ich in the history of philosophy is also Descartes who says, I think I am. It's actually je pense donc je suis, but in some of his writing he erased the donc, which means therefore, or ergo in Latin, and just said I think I am. So that's the unity of thought and being. Pure relation to self, pure immediacy is pure thought, but it's also pure being. That's why in pure being, thought and being are identical. But identity, thought and being, they are not yet determined, but whatever. So, because there is nothing in pure being, it's actually nothing. This is das Nichts in German. And, yeah. That's another definition, metaphysical definition of God, namely that God is nothingness. This is the view of the Buddhists who say that God is nothing, basically. Yeah. So we had Parmenides, officially in the 6th century BCE, and now broadly at the same time there was the Buddha, whose teachings mostly consist in saying that basically there is nothing. But if we say that there is nothing, we predicate being to nothing, which is contradictory. And the title of this book, for instance, is contradictory. Because God cannot be nothingness, because if God is nothingness, it is not nothingness because it is nothingness. And it is not nothingness because it is God. So we predicate being. So that's one of the problems that the Buddhists have encountered, namely that Buddhism is a dialectical religion, like most religions, basically. Yeah. So, yeah. The pure nothing is what sometimes the German call the Urgrund or the Abgrund. It can be maybe the abyss, the void, the emptiness. And here I talked about Mr. Ajlin. Okay, now I will look for Mr. Krauss. Where are the atheists when we need them? That's a joke. Yeah, here. Mr. Krauss, who, if I wanted to make a joke, he just came out of nothing. That's a joke. Okay, so a universe from nothing. So basically Mr. Krauss, who is a modern theoretical physicist, claims that he tries to answer the question from a physical standpoint, why there is something rather than nothing. And he basically says that the cosmological physical void or the emptiness is actually filled with virtual there is virtual potentialities within the void, so it springs forth and brings about particles which brought about the universe, etc. So the atheist official explanation for the reason why there is something rather than nothing is kind of it's kind of intellectually rigorous. It's coherent, but that's just the official narrative, basically. So with Mr. Lawrence Krauss and Mr. Ajlin, we have two different views of physics, mainly the views of physics from the perspective of pure being, and the view of physics from the perspective of pure nothing. They are different, but nonetheless they are identical. And precisely this is the relationship between being and nothing. So if people are interested, they can watch the videos of Mr. Krauss. I will put the link, and the videos of Mr. Agelin as well. And yeah. So to illustrate with ordinary language, this pure void, there is, here it's not very clear, but there is a will. We can only imagine, so here it's not to be taken really seriously. We can only imagine that a will emerges out of the pure void. And this will of the abyss, this Trieb in the language of the writings of Hegel, to find something within nothing, the will to extract itself out of the nothingness in order to become something. This may be the primordial will of God, but there is no God at this point. The German metaphysician would say this is Gottheit, the Abgrund, the Urgrund, but a will emerged. We can only logically deduce, or rather make an induction, rather, that a will emerged out of the nothingness, the primordial void, and this will to find something within the void, or within pure being actually, it may be the will of God, and in the language of the writing of Hegel, the thought which finds determinations within nothing, and which finds something precisely, and we will see what something is logical thinking. And this is what brings forth the process of logic, and the bringing forth of the categories of thought and the categories of ontology, which is the mind of God, basically. But here it's not very rigorous, it's just to illustrate. And yeah, so that's what I could say. Yeah, so an illustration of the will of God in modern pop music, spoken through German music. This could be an illustration of the primordial will of the void, the Abgrund, the Urgrund, to become something, and to become manifest to himself, and to reveal itself to itself in a way. And another illustration, Taylor again. Yeah. I will not sing, but it can be used as an illustration, as an expression of the will to fill in the blank space, basically. That could be the will of God. At some level, Taylor Swift emerged out of the mind of God. If I wanted to make a joke, sometimes when God's decisions are dubious, God could say, "Look what you made me do." Yeah. But Taylor Swift, all in all, it can be a great idea. There are worst ideas to have. Although I've listened to a lot of your song, but yeah, you are a great artist. Okay. So yeah, what can be said is that in the language of Jakob Böhm, which was a German mystic, the eternal free will introduced itself into darkness and pain, and maybe into a kingdom of joy, so that nothingness might be known into the something. So, yeah, whatever. Being can be thought of as being precisely wealth, and nothing as being poverty. We have this representation that whenever there is being, there is something, but precisely pure being is not something, it's pure being. But there is this vague idea that being is filled with being, and that nothing is filled with nothing. But actually they are identical, although there is how should I explain this? Because it's very difficult, but the will to emerge out of nothing can be thought of as a will to differentiate in a way, because if nothing wants to become something, something is differentiated from pure nothing and from something else. So there's a will to introduce. I mean, I don't know if it's a will or if it's a tendency. I don't know, to introduce difference within immediacy, equality with itself, and yeah. So that's why that's what the writings of Hegel calls Unruhe, which means instability, because there are conflicted tendencies within the process, what will eventually become a process, and because being is nothing, and because nothing is itself in a way, but if nothing is nothing, it's not nothing because it is itself. Immediacy, Gleichheit mit sich selbst, Bestimmungslosigkeit. So here it's kind of a metaphysical German subtlety, but basically there is already contradiction in a way, namely a unity of opposed determinations, but here this wouldn't be determination, this would be lack of determination, but there's already Unruhe, which means a kind of a restlessness, instability, etc., etc. And another definition of God is to say that God is the being which includes everything within itself. And if I had to illustrate with modern pop music, yeah. Yeah, this is a song. So basically God can be thought of as the being which includes everything within itself. That's why there are problems, because within everything, obviously there are things which are difficult to live with, one might say, but yeah, that's where the inclusion comes from, all-inclusive, whatever. Yeah, so these are illustrations. So yeah, another illustration borrowed from the writings of Hegel is the beginning. The beginning is, but is not yet. So it is. It is not. It has not begun yet, but it has to begin. So it's the beginning is an illustration of the unity of being and nothing in a way. So it is without being, but something has to come out of the beginning. Batman has to come out of Batman Begins, for instance. So yeah, there's this idea in the beginning, which is a contradictory thought, but a thought that people have, the beginning. that something has to come out of the beginning. Yeah, and in the language of Hegel, the development, the unfolding is das Gesetztsein dessen, was das Sein seiner Wahrheit nach ist. So to set what, according to the truth of being, being is, namely to bring forth what is virtually, potentially contained within being, which is also nothing, basically. And this is the process of God, namely to set Gesetzten, what is virtually or potentially contained within being. So yeah, now I will illustrate the categories of becoming. Okay, I thought that the video would be 1 hour long. It's already 45 minutes. Whatever. Werden. Okay, these are illustrations of the importance of the categories, namely, becoming is the unity of being and nothing. So it's the first concrete thought. I will draw this. This is the illustration of a dialectical process in its pure abstraction, namely abstract, negation, concrete. Being is the pure abstraction. So this pure abstraction negates itself and passes into, that's not a proper way of talking, but whatever, passes into the opposite in a way, which is nothing, but they are united because being and nothing have the same determination of the absence of determination, namely Bestimmungslosigkeit. So the abstract negates itself, being passes into nothing, and because nothing is the opposite of itself, which is its own abstraction, it wants to unite with itself. That's not a proper way of talking. So nothing would like to come back into being, but it will not encounter the first moment because it has been mediated by the process. So the unity of being and nothing, Sein und Nicht, which was an sich, as Hegel would say later, it's already potentially contained here, but it goes out of itself, tries to come back into itself, but it cannot find what the unity that was in the beginning, because the unity has been mediated by the differentiation, one might say. So nothing would like to reunite with being, but the reunion after having been mediated or separated is not the first moment, which is abstract, it's the concrete unity of both, namely das Werden, which means the unity of being and nothing in a concrete form. This is abstract because it's empty in a way. This is the negation of the first moment, and this is the concrete moment, namely the unity of both being and nothing are in a concrete unity, which means a unity of opposed determinations, although at this moment we have no determinations yet, but people can understand that becoming, das Werden, if we analyze this category, we find the unity of being and nothing, and here are examples of, for lack of a better word, we could call modes of becoming. Actually, these are categories, so here are official categories, official as well, and here are just illustrations. So Entstehen means bringing forth, coming into being in a way, being brought forth. Vergehen means to pass away, to vanish in a way. So Entstehen und Vergehen are moments of becoming, because when something comes into being, it comes from nothing and it goes into being. So that's a unity of both. And when something passes away, it was, and it becomes, and it no longer is. So when nothing becomes being, that's not a proper way of talking, but actually it's when nothing becomes something, this is Entstehen, and when something ceases to be, loses its being, this is Vergehen, namely passing away. And change is when something is modified, or the determinations of something are changed. That's not a proper way of talking, but that's just to illustrate. So change is a mode of becoming, and people use the word change in everyday life. And that's a contradictory thought, because in change there is being which ceases to be what it is and becomes the negation of itself, and there is a non-being which comes into being. And more concrete, here in the ordinary sense of Vorstellung and representation, modification, transformation, evolution, development, these would be qualitative determinations of change and of becoming, and in each of these determinations of thought, which are used in ordinary language, there is the idea in the ordinary sense, namely the Denkbestimmung, of becoming, namely when something is modified, this is a unity of being and nothing. When something transforms, an aspect of something is negated, and another is being brought forth. Entstehen, Vergehen. Evolution, that's the same. Development, that's the same. And then, here, that's why studying logic is not about studying grammar or vocabulary or dictionaries, because all these would be qualitative, and here these would be quantitative, namely increase and decrease, rise and fall, growth. Increase and decrease would be quantitative. Rise and fall would be also quantitative, but within the realm of physics. Here this would be mathematics, here this would be physics. Namely, if I drop this pen, it falls. So it was here, and if I drop it, it is no longer here, but there. So the spatial determination of being ceases to be and becomes attracted by gravitation, basically. So rise and fall, or birth and death, these are modes. These are modes of becoming. Yeah. Here's a great song by Lana Del Rey. Yeah, and growth, increase, decrease, these are quantitative. So here it would be physical, mathematical, economic, and these would be qualitative and quantitative if we had to talk. But then, only an expert in language which reflects pure thought determinations, pure categories, can know exactly what the difference, the distinction, the diversity in sense of Verstand between development and evolution. Spontaneously, evolution, we think about Darwinian evolution. Development, we think about psychological development or economic development, and we do not talk about the evolution of biological, the development of biological organism from in a long time perspective. We might talk about the development, intellectual or physical, of a child, but not of a species. Darwin didn't write about the development of species. So here you have to be an expert in psychology or economics or biology, etc. But although strictly speaking, in development there is vaguely, here I'm not an expert, there's the idea that it gets better. In evolution, well, I will let Mr. Dawkins decide, because there are biologists who say that basically we were more intelligent many hundreds of years ago, or even many tens of thousands of years ago, before agriculture, etc., etc. So in the official narrative, humans started to degenerate intellectually with agriculture. That they had larger brains more than 10,000 years ago, or whatever. But here it's subtleties of language, basically. Transformism was a theory of biology before Darwinian evolution. And the development. There is the implied idea that when something develops, although a disease can develop, but spontaneously we associate development with positive. So these are just examples, and that's why, in case it isn't clear, we do not find these kind means particular, these particular Vorstellungsbestimmungen, determination of representation, within pure logic, because it doesn't have to. If you have the concept, namely the unity of concrete thought, these are categories, and these are expressions of language. But it's the first moment towards understanding logic, and eventually God, is to try to understand what is meant when these words are used. I can use many other words. Progress is becoming. There are many words, whatever, that we use in ordinary language. So here is an illustration. And here is the form sein, nichts werden. This is the formal aspect of dialectics, and whatever the writings of Hegel call concept, it's self-differentiating thought. Der Begriff in the writings of Hegel means sein. It means a thought brings forth the negation of itself, and out of this alienation, Äußerung, exteriorization, in a way, exteriorization is a spatial determination or whatever, from this exteriorization, it comes back into itself and reunites with itself. And this is the movement of thought and the movement of being, and this is what is meant by Begriff, and Denkbestimmung, thought determinations, is what in ordinary language we call concept, which actually is just the moment of universality, but what is meant by concept is self-initiating movement, self-differentiating thought, and what is meant by concrete is a unity of opposed determinations, although sein and nichts are not strictly speaking determinations, but because it is so abstract, basically. And we began with Parmenides and then the Buddha, and the unity of both is Heraclitus, the philosopher of, towards broadly the same chronological period, the Greek philosopher who talked about becoming, the unity of Parmenides and the Buddha. Yeah, and he was the philosopher of becoming and fire, because fire is an illustration in the realm of representation of becoming, because I don't need my notes, but what did I write? Yeah, because in the image of the fire, there is the view that something is being burnt, and there is a result. These are the ashes. In the negative way and in the good way, it can be melted metal to transform a rough metal into a polished metal. It has to be heated in a way. And the idea of fire means that it produces a result, and that the fire extinguishes itself eventually, and there is a result on a chemical level. And becoming, das Werden, because it is self-contradictory, because it contains Sein und Nichts within itself, we could say, I will not write, I will just say, if we say becoming is becoming, then it is not becoming, because it is not being, it is becoming. So if becoming is what it becomes. If becoming is not becoming, it is not what it is, therefore it becomes. So the compromise consists in to say that becoming is not becoming, that's why it becomes. Becoming is becoming, that's why it becomes. So the compromise is to say that becoming becomes, which means the unity of itself with itself, namely becoming. Sorry, I laugh, but these are the kind of insanities that go within the mind of a German metaphysician. And here it's really simplified. The complex version, it's in the writings of Hegel, but whatever. So the idea that becoming is identical with itself. Identity is not a proper category because it hasn't come into essence yet, but whatever. But becoming becomes, so it is true to itself. That's why it negates itself and produces a result. And the result of becoming is being with nothing. What else? That which we call Dasein. Dasein. Yeah. So I have talked about this. I will publish the video. I will continue the video at least until I reach Quantität. So maybe it will take a couple of hours more, but whatever. It's very important. So yeah. So we are now here. We have explored the void of being, or the fullness of being. And now we are in the realm of Dasein. So we had Parmenides, the Buddha, Heraclitus. And now with Dasein, we have Heidegger, which is the philosopher of Dasein. And I have not read a lot about Heidegger. But so Parmenides, the Buddha, Heraclitus, this was basically 6th century BCE. Heidegger, it's 20th century Germany. He is the philosopher of Dasein, and he made lectures about Parmenides and Heraclitus, and basically he said, we have to return back to the old Greek metaphysicians. So this was an attempt of Dasein to come back into das reine Sein, pure being. But Heidegger, I haven't read Heidegger a lot, but I know he was smart because he was a German metaphysician. At least they are smart. Some of their decisions may be dubious, but at least they are smart. So I think he said somewhere, or if he didn't say, I know that's what he would think, that there can only be das reine Sein, pure being, for Dasein. It implies already kind of a loss, although there was nothing in pure being, but Dasein is kind of maybe mutilated being because it contains the negation within itself. and there's already a nostalgia maybe for a more full experience of being, but actually it was empty, so it's kind of problematic, but whatever. But Dasein is simply, here I will use, let us imagine that this blank slate is pure being. There is nothing on the blank slate, as you can see, or precisely you can't see because there is nothing. I mean, yeah, it's not very clear, it's not very, okay, but let us assume there is nothing on pure being, and Dasein, I already made it, Werden would be instability, Unruhe, becoming, etc. It produces a result which would be Dasein. It's not the proper way of, it shouldn't be represented, but whatever. Dasein would be being with negation, and the negation of Dasein is what is called in German Nichtsein, but Nichtsein is just a word. It could be said that it is Dasein as well, but if we had to talk in ordinary language, so Dasein is the result of becoming. It's an attempt to find stability, an ontological stillness, or calm, or peace, one might say, because becoming is unstable, it is restless, because it is contradictory, because it contains opposed tendencies, for lack of a better word, so it has to evolve, to develop, to unfold, to transform, to modify, to change, whatever. The result. So Dasein is das Werden, the unity of being and nothing in a more stable way. So it contains the negation within itself, for lack of a better word, but the negation, the nothing. Hegel always reuses the same categories, basically. It's recycling. Yeah. That's why, here I will make, just to illustrate, Zelda games, the franchise, The Legend of Zelda, it's always the same game. They always recycle the same old formula. James Bond movies, they are all the same. I mean, there are the good ones and the bad ones. They are really James Bond movies. You watch them once because it's part of the franchise, but let's pretend that they do not exist. And there are those you can watch as many times as you want, whatever. So yeah, that's recycling basically. Dasein is having become stabilized, but it contains nothing as its moment, not within itself, but as its moment, and nothing in the determinacy of Dasein. We'll talk about determinacy later. Is not nothing. It's Nichtsein. It's just a word, but what it expresses is that here I could say Dasein and Dasein. We could talk about duality, but it's not yet one and two. It's Dasein und Nichtsein, but because Nichtsein is the moment of Dasein, here I will make a little bit of German speculative subtlety, but actually it's important. Dasein ist Dasein. Dasein is itself, but it is itself because it has the negation of itself in its own concept. So Dasein ist Dasein, but Dasein ist also Nichtsein. Nichtsein is just a word to express that. In order, that's ordinary language, in order for Dasein to have a presence, I would not say in order for Dasein to exist, precisely because Dasein is not existence. That's why I will talk about God. Die metaphysische Beweise Dasein Gottes, this is the German way of talking about the metaphysical proofs of the existence of God. But existence is not the proper translation, because Gott hat Dasein. this pen is a proof that there is God, strictly speaking, because it has Dasein. Dasein is the proof that there is not a God, but there is God, basically. That's why it's important to talk about language, because people who say that God does not exist, but Gott ist sein, then Gott ist nichts, Gott wird, which means God becomes, and God hat Dasein, which is poorly translated as God exists, but existence and Dasein are different. And here we talk about the atheists. Atheists who say there is no God. Yeah, but there are atheists. And an atheist can be, Dasein can be predicated to atheist. And if Dasein is a moment of God, then the fact that there are atheists proves that there is Dasein, which is the atheists. Maybe they are here to justify the existence of God. I don't know, but whatever. That's here a subtlety, but simply, strictly speaking, to say that God does not exist, existence and Dasein are different. And Dasein in German is translated as existence, but it's not the proper way, because everything has Dasein, because precisely, as we will see a little bit later, something has Dasein, and Dasein eventually becomes something which is determinate being. So to say that there is no Dasein means there is no determinate being, basically, which it's not. It's contradictory, because if we say that there is nothing, we are someone speaking about nothing, which is the proof that there is something, namely a speech about nothing. Here I will not enter into Buddhist subtleties or dialectical, metaphysical German subtleties, whatever. But just what I want to say is that Dasein has an other, that would be the same and the other. Homo, hetero. I'm not talking about sexuality, because homo in Greek means the same and hetero means the other. So the same, like, unlike, same, other. The other, it's not a proper way of talking, but the other is a moment of the same or of the self, as Dasein or Nichtsein is a moment of Dasein, but actually they are identical. Identity is not a proper category, but I simplify. So Nichtsein is a moment of Dasein, so Dasein ist Dasein, but Dasein is itself because it has Nichtsein as its own moment. It's really simplified here. So, but Nichtsein is an other Dasein, so Dasein is itself, but it is also the opposite of itself. That's why it's contradictory, because it contains its own negation within itself. That's why, because it contains its own non-being within itself, it cannot remain as it is. It has to evolve, to transform, to become, whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. So here, the line is the Bestimmtheit. This is Bestimmtheit. It's a geometrical spatial representation of Bestimmtheit. Namely, it's a negation, a separation, a distinction. These are not the proper words, but this is a negation which gives being to Dasein. So it's negation which determines whatever is. Bestimmten is. When we here is, I will not write this, but when we ask the question, what is it, we mean, unconsciously, we want the Bestimmtheit to be given. What are you talking about? Bestimmtheit has to be given. What are you talking about? And here, in the realm of the logic of of the concept, the particularization of the universal. For instance, that would be the genus in biology and the species. A species is a particular genus, it's a particularization of the genus. Mammal, human beings, or sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, etc., etc. So the universal particularizes itself, and the particularization of the universal, that which in ordinary language we call general and specific, or the kind, or the type, etc., etc., this is the Bestimmtheit of the universal. So by negating itself, the universal limits itself and particularizes itself. Here it's the logic of the concept, but yeah. And so Bestimmtheit means to qualify, and here I will switch the table. Bestimmtheit is Qualität. Namely, when we ask what is it, we want to answer the question, give the quality. To qualify means to give the Bestimmtheit, which is symbolically the limit, which is a negation, but a negation which gives being, not pure being, but Dasein, to whatever it limits. Yeah, in the realm of sciences, the sciences are made intelligible because they are bestimmte, namely physics is divided into various branches, and so is chemistry, biology, psychology, anthropology, economics, etc., etc. Let us talk about a society. You want a Bestimmtheit? Do you want to talk about the economic aspect, the sociological aspect, the political aspect, the psychological aspect of the people, the cultural aspect? Give a Bestimmtheit. And then, if you talk about sociology, the Bestimmtheit would be the various classes. And then, we will come later, the Bestimmungen would be the properties, characteristic features of the classes within a society, or the property, characteristic features of the various psychological tendencies of man, or the various determinations of optics, which is a branch of physics, the quantitative determination of light or sound, or electromagnetism, etc., etc. So Bestimmtheit really is classification, qualification, to qualify in the largest sense, and then the Bestimmungen, which will come later, are the more specific, the more detailed, etc., etc. Whatever. So yeah, yeah. So yeah, if we take Dasein or quality, so Bestimmtheit is quality. If we take quality in the moment of being, if we take quality in the moment of being, we have Daseinendes, which is a German way of saying whatever has Dasein, basically. And Daseinendes, here's the German metaphysical subtleties. Another word is simply something, basically. Here I write in English because there are some determinations which have to be talked about in German, but whatever you say, etwas or something, it's identical, although it's different. Whatever. No, seriously, something is. This is how something comes out of nothing. Basically, I mean, it's much more detailed, subtle, complex, but the broad view is that this is how something emerges out of nothing. Yeah, the the complex theoretical physical explanation, very interesting, can be found in this book or the conferences of Mr. Krauss, but logically and metaphysically, it may not be very convincing to some, but in order for some not to be convinced, there has to be Bestimmtheit. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah. So, yeah, this is something. And I check my notes, but actually I've read these books so many times that I'm not sure that I still need notes, but yeah. Yeah. So yeah, just quality. Bestimmtheit or quality means it's identical with being. Whereas quantity, as will be shown later, quantity, in quantity the Bestimmtheit can change and the being of whatever is quantitatively determined remains identical, but if something, or if Dasein, or actually if something loses its qualitative Bestimmtheit, it ceases to be what it is. So briefly, quality, quantity, quality is what it is because of its Bestimmtheit, and being is one with the qualitative Bestimmtheit, whereas in quantity, the Bestimmtheit is indifferent to the being, namely the quantity of something can change and something remains what it is. To a certain extent, this is the introduction of measure. Very smart, these Germans. Whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. Something, the Bestimmtheit, something is what it is to the extent, here it's not in a sense of manner, but on the condition that here the English vocabulary is not really important, it's just to get the concept. Something is what it is, and what means Bestimmtheit. I will not quote Pulp Fiction, say what again, they speak they speak English in what? Yeah. Something is what it is because it is not what it is not. But because what it is not is part of what something is itself because of the Nichtsein, which in the moment of something is no longer Nichtsein, but something else. Something is what it is because it is not what it is not. So what it is not is, I would say, if I wanted to make a speculative joke, I would say is essential, but here we're not in a realm of essence. But something else is a moment of something, and something is what it is through its Bestimmtheit because it is not something else, but precisely the something else is that which gives something its being. So here, the Bestimmtheit has become no longer Bestimmtheit, but limit. Yeah, here. Yeah. Grenze, the limit, is the negation which gives something its limit, namely it gives itself its being, not its pure being, but its Dasein, which is actually its quality. I reuse the same determination by negating the other, for lack of a better word, the other of something, and this negation which gives something its limit, so its being, at the same time, and I would say at the same moment, but at the same time is not the proper word, but the same moment is a logical determination. By limiting something, that which is negated by the limitation, we have a name for this, we call something else. So something and something else are conceptually united. which is a revolutionary thought, because usually people think that something is something, and der Verstand, in order to illustrate, der Verstand said something is something, but no, something is something, but it is also something else. It is itself, and the opposite is a determination of essence, but the negation of itself. Yeah. And here we can here it's important because yeah, we have the concept here. I must be honest with myself. I'm not sure that it's very rigorous because I haven't read Hegel enough to understand everything or everything, but so that's not very rigorous. The rigorous aspect is in the books of Hegel probably, or maybe it's not, I don't know, but reality and negation. Reality is, here it's one of the most complex concept, but also it's kind of simple, but it's also complex. Something has reality, but reality is itself, so reality has reality because of the negation of itself, basically. And here it's kind of complex, but the moment of being within reality is what the German call Ansicht, and here it's not maybe that's why I suffer from so many problems, because I cannot define reality very clearly. So these are the determinations, but actually they are very important. So here I think a slight understanding, even though if it's not very clear, it's better than no understanding at all. So here, something and reality, something has reality, and reality, one could say that reality is something. No, reality is everything, but reality contains negation as its own moment, and the moment of being within reality is what we call Ansicht, which means in itself, which is kind of the abstraction of reality. And in order for something, here it's important, for something to be real, it doesn't have to be just Ansicht, but also to have Sein für anders, namely being for another, translated literally. So here it's very complex, but I will illustrate and it will become intelligible. Okay. In order for something to have reality, there has to be the moment of Ansicht, which would be the abstraction, just the moment of being, but something Ansicht is not really itself. Here it's important, because in order for something to be real, there has to be the moment of Sein für anders, namely it doesn't have to be just for itself. Ansicht can be translated by in itself, but Ansicht is better. It doesn't have to be just in itself, but to be for another. So to have another, which is the Nichtsein, the nothing in the moment of Nichtsein, which is the negation, and something is real only to the extent that it has the two moments of Ansicht in itself and Sein für anders. That's why negation, the other here would be negation, is I would say essential. Let us use this for lack of a better term. The negation is a moment of the reality of something, and I know it's not very clear, but I will illustrate. To be realist or realistic means to negate illusions. Let's be realistic means let us shatter our illusions, sometimes our hopes, to realize. Here I will use ordinary language. To realize something precisely is to pass from the moment of Ansicht and to become aware. Here is ordinary language of the moment of Sein für anders, namely, I realized this or that when I was confronted by a negation of the abstraction of something. To realize means to become aware by being confronted with negation. It can be negative in the sense of bad, but it can also be positive in the sense I realized that I loved her when she made great jokes or whatever, or when she I will not start to make dubious jokes. Maybe that comes later. I don't know, but I realized how much I loved her when she smiled at me. So Ansicht would be I kind of she was cute, but when she smiled at me, here I will try to be positive, but it can be really negative. I encounter negation, namely I thought that I liked her slightly, but actually I realized that I liked her a lot. Or, in a more negative sense, reality, defined by Philip K. Dick, is that which doesn't go away even when you stop believing in it. That's why the belief would be Ansicht, and the reality contains a moment of Sein für anders, which is negation or relation to another, which is the negation of the self, so to speak. So reality is real precisely because it is real whether or not you believe in this. So even if you just remain in the realm of Ansicht, reality is not just Ansicht, it's also Sein für anders. So that's negation. That's why reality can be, and eventually is painful, because pain is negation experienced physically, so to speak. Yes. So that's an illustration, and like I said, in ordinary language, to realize, to be realistic, to be to realize, and here I will use. I wrote many examples to illustrate. So here it's the complex one, but now it will be more simple. The body is the reality of the soul. The soul would be Ansicht, and the body would be reality, basically. That's an example. And yeah, yeah. Here I will use my own examples. One way of talking, this is not rigorous, but it has helped me understand a lot. It could be later in the logical development, Ansicht and Sein für anders become, in the realm of essence, the inner and the outer, inside and outside. So if it can help understand, Ansicht would be just the moment of the interiority, and Sein für anders would be exteriority. In the realm of being, this is not proper, this is not adequate, this is only in the realm of essence. But if it can help, so in order for something to be real, it doesn't have to be just inside, but it has to be exteriorized. And this exteriorization would be Sein für anders. So reality is the unity of Ansicht and Sein für anders. And Sein für anders, the anders means negation. And that's why something has reality, but I will show later, something is for another, and later something and something else are reunited, so to speak. But here I will illustrate just the concept of reality. let us take example that people, if they watch this video, they will understand. A man dressed up as a woman. That's not a real woman. That would be just the Sein für anders. You follow me? A man who dresses up as a woman is not a real woman. It's just, here it's just to illustrate. That would be, to illustrate, the Sein für anders. When you undress the clothes, you would discover, if you expect to find feminine attributes, you might be surprised if you discover that underneath your clothes, that's a song by Shakira, underneath your clothes, if you find that you expected feminine attributes and you discover, oh god damn it, the Ansicht did not correspond to the Sein für anders. If somehow some people can laugh genuinely because of logic, if it can appease the negative, well, let us people have a laughter. Yeah. So no, but it's very serious. So that would be an illustration. But another illustration would be either a man or a woman from a biological standpoint. Here it's important because these are kind of the debates that people have daily in the West. So one of the first, that's just to illustrate the importance of logic. So imagine a man, which is a male, dressed up as a woman. Here, if feminist, gender study people, if someone they watch it, they will find this interesting because male is a determination of biology, but dressed up as a woman, I can anticipate the mind of lefties. They will say it's a social construct. Wearing dresses, skirts, etc. It's a social construct. The proof is that there are Scottish males who wear skirts as well. I know this. So imagine a male dressed up as a woman. So this is the Bestimmtheit would be biology, and here the Bestimmtheit would be sociology. But sociology, something is something else. Sometimes I can be smart. Biology, sociology, biology is something, sociology is something else. Sociobiology is the unity of both, basically. So there is a reason why women dress as women most of the time. There are biological reasons, but whatever. So a man, this is important. A male dressed up as a woman. There would be only the Sein für anders, but not the Ansicht. But now, another way of expressing it, the relationship between a male and a man, or a female and a woman, would be another way of illustrating a reality, namely, that's not the proper way, but I have decided to simplify. A male, here it's important, a male would be the Sein für anders, namely the biological attributes. I don't need to illustrate, I think. I will not speak the joke that I had in mind. And a female, this would be the Sein für anders, namely, for lack of a better way, the exterior, namely the biological determinations of males and females, but a male is not a man if he just has the Sein für anders. That's why I could quote Simone de Beauvoir. I want people, they have been brainwashed enough to know what I talk about. And a female who is just a biological female, that would be the Sein für anders, but this is not a woman, and the man aspect and the woman aspect would be the Ansicht, namely a real man and a real woman. That's what people used to think before feminism messed up everything. But that's okay because it's part of yeah. But a real man and a real woman, Realität, is a man whose Ansicht and sein für anders are united, namely a male who behaves like a man and a female who behaves like a woman. So here this would be determination of psychology or sociology, but the two are. I will not repeat the same, I hope that you understand now. Psychology. Look, I will not apologize for laughing about logical jokes because negation can be really unpleasant. So if a way to appease the negation is just to laugh at some silly speculative jokes, whatever. Maybe they are not silly, but whatever. So psychology or sociology, psychology, whatever. No, actually it's psychology, sociology, because sociology is a product of psychology. That's why society is mostly populated by whites. Because sociology is a byproduct of psychology. When you enter the psyche of a white person, you understand the insanity of white society, basically. But it's not completely insane, precisely. So a real man and a real woman precisely is Ansicht und sein für anders, namely a man who behaves manly. Stella, if you watch this video, you have taught me a lot. Be a woman, don't do anything, you are perfect. Don't do anything, just I will let you be a woman if you somehow watch this video. Yeah. So a real man and a real woman is a male who behaves manly and a female who behaves with femininity. Masculinity, femininity would be the Ansicht, and male and female would be the Sein für anders. And now, I will just, I really complexify, but not for the sake of over-complexifying, but really because it's important, but a man, whether he's a male or a man, whatever, who dresses like a woman, that's the first example that I took a few minutes ago, that would also be a Sein für anders, but this would be the difference between shine, not as the sun shines, but shine as in German, which would be kind of appearance. That's the logical determination of essence. So he would have the appearance of a woman, although he would be either a male or a man. Yeah, he would have the appearance. Whereas Erscheinung Erscheinung und Wirklichkeit. Okay, so here is actually it's important. So a man, whether he is just a male or a real man who dresses like a woman, I will not re-explain. You can go back. Yeah, that would be shine, just an appearance. He has the appearance of being a woman, although actually he's a male or a man. And Erscheinung would be apparition, namely the manifestation. Here, the idea that not something, but that das Wesen, the essence, appears. And that would be the manifestation. Usually, the idea that males, most of the time, they have to dress like men, and women, females like women. They have to appear kind of decent in society. So here it's kind of complex because Erscheinung and wirklich, so in a sense, a real man, what it actually means, and actually is the English word for wirklich, a real man actually is a wirklich man, and a real woman is a wirklich woman. And here is a transitory stages of logic. Okay, that's not what I was. That's not what I intended to draw. Let's pretend it did not. It did not happen. Yeah. Yeah. So these are logical stages. if I had to to explain something, I would say that logic maybe drove me a little bit insane, but I will try to remain serious and because here it's really important. Shine would be appearance, Erscheinung would be apparition, namely the idea that shine is deceiving, I mean that appearances can be deceiving, whereas apparition, they manifest something, and Wirklichkeit means the coincidence, I mean the unity of the essence with its Erscheinung, which means the reality in the highest philosophical sense. But because Ansicht and Sein für Anders, later in the stages of development, they become Erscheinung, Schein, etc., etc. So this is just to illustrate the importance of the categories. And yeah, so here, a male dressed up as a woman would just be the appearance of being a woman, and a real man or a real woman would be the Wirklichkeit. So there are various stages. There is the male who dresses up as a woman. There is the male who is feminine. So here would be Sein für Ander. Sorry, here it's important. I will talk about it because this is important. Because I will no longer read Hegel. But if people want to read Hegel, maybe they will understand. So a male dressed up as a woman. The male would be the Ansicht. The woman clothes would be Sein für Anders. But a male who is not manly, male here would be the Sein für Anders, namely the biological presence, and the Ansicht would be masculinity. So, depending on the relation, here it's the Ansicht in relation to women's clothes, in relation to masculinity, this is the Sein für Anders. It's important. And a real man is a manly man, a real woman is a feminine woman. Yeah. But then it goes into even more subtleties, because I was thinking about Ayn Rand and about Stella, but whatever. Another way of saying is that a real woman, at some important level, it's because reality contains negation. A real woman would of course be a feminine woman, but with an aspect of masculinity, namely a woman with a strong character, I will make a joke, but it's very serious. A woman with some balls, not Sein für Anders, but Ansicht. Namely, a woman with character is a real woman because she's very feminine, but she also has the negation of the feminine aspect within herself, and this is what gives her reality. Here it's more complicated than just Ansicht and Sein für Anders. Here these would be quantitative determinations of masculinity, femininity, etc. But a real woman, like Ayn Rand, yeah, or Stella, if whatever, or Caroline, is a woman who is very feminine, but she has an aspect. Most of the time, it's Sein für Anders. It's an exteriority of being strong, temper, character, courage, humor, intelligence, which are usually masculine attributes. But actually, if you underneath the clothes, not literally, there is just femininity, but there is an aspect of masculinity. This is what real women, namely women who appear to be strong but who are actually very feminine, and the opposite is true. Men who appear to be very gentle, the typical gentleman, English gentleman, he appears to be kind and sweet and gentle, and he is, but actually Ansicht, he's supposed to be tough and strong. So that would be a Wirklichkeit in the highest speculative whatever. And now, because I don't know how many videos I will publish about logic, maybe that's, I don't know, so I will use to illustrate all my examples because it's really important, and if people, they can just understand the importance of the categories, basically, yeah. Here, it's an illustration. Here, do we see? This is, I don't know, some sort of a jewelry. I will. Yeah. It cost broadly $20. Actually, it's 20 euros, but $20 basically, more or less. And it's made of steel. It has the color of gold. So that would be just the Sein für Under. It looks like gold, but actually it's just painting. And the reality, namely here, the reality, in reality it's steel, namely I haven't stolen it. I'm not saying I have, steel doesn't mean I have stolen. Steel like iron, basically. It's not iron, precisely because steel and iron are different or whatever. So it's iron, no, it's steel. It's steel which looks like gold. That's why it's not very expensive. But the Ansicht would be the chemical composition, namely atoms of whatever the determinations of steel. And the Sein für Anders would be just the color. So that's not real gold, but it's real steel, because here, if we had to talk about chemistry, it would be the inner would be, it's not a proper way of talking, it's just an illustration. The inner would be the chemical and molecular and atomic determinations of steel, and it is real steel in the sense that it is not copper looking like steel or iron looking like steel. It's really steel in the sense that the chemical composition is adequate to the concept or whatever it is. Okay, so that's just an illustration. And now, here I hope that we see, it cost 70 euros, basically. And I don't know if you see the color. It's gold, but actually it's gold plated. So it cost 3 times the price of painted steel. Here it's gold plated. Namely, the exterior looks like gold, and actually it is gold because it's what the English call a gold plated. So there really is gold on the exterior of this. It's a necklace or bracelet, whatever. But the Ansicht, namely here it's not a proper way, but the chemical composition within, so to speak, is I think it's brass, as you call it. I don't know. It's not copper, but it's another metal. The inner, from a chemical standpoint, is not gold. Gold is just on the exterior. So that's not real gold, but it's gold plated. Namely, the gold on the outside is really gold chemically, but the whole necklace, it's not real gold. Namely, that from a chemical standpoint, if you analyze this, the metal which compose the quantitative majority, the highest quantitative proportion of this is not gold. But they know this at the jewelry, and yeah. And then here is another jewel who cost, I don't know if we see, it cost 170 euros broadly, and this is real gold, white gold and yellow gold. So this is real gold, Sein für Anders, Ansicht, wirklich gold. That's why it cost more than these two combined. The price is quantitative determination, etc. So that's real gold. That would be Sein für Anders, but nicht die Ansicht. And here it's just painting. So it's also Sein für Anders, but the painting contains no gold at all. And now it may seem actually very important, because if someone sells you this at the price, I'm not talking about the Christian cross, at the price of this, namely it's 20 euros, and here it's 170 euros. If someone says, this is real gold, I sell you this for 200 euros, and if he knows that it's not real gold, that's a real crook. If he thinks, let us say he's not an expert at chemical analysis of jewels, if he said, so that's gold plated, if he said, that's real gold, and if he really believes that's real gold, and he sells you this for 200 euros, claiming that it's real gold, he's a crook, but he's not a real crook. He's just incompetent. Because he appears to be a crook, but actually the Ansicht, he doesn't know what he's doing, so he's not really a crook. But if the guy who sells you fake jewels says, this is real gold, trust me. And if he knows that it is not, that's a real crook. He doesn't just look like a crook, he really is. So yeah, that's just an illustration. Yeah. And I will take one other illustration because, yeah. This is beer, and this is beer as well. But here, if we had to think about this philosophically, some people might say, why bother thinking about beers? Let's just drink beers. I no longer drink beers because, whatever. It's a sin to drink alcohol, but there are worse sins than just drinking alcohol. So if you have just drunk alcohol in your life, you will be forgiven. If you have beaten your wife after having drunk too much, you will be forgiven as well, but it will be more expensive. That's a joke, that's a joke. It's not very funny, but yeah. Yeah, so here, the alcohol, here is a quantitative determination of alcohol, it's 4.2%. So that's real beer. And here it's a beer without alcohol. So is it a real beer? People might say no, because there is only the Sein für anders, but there is no Ansicht, namely there is no, in itself, there is no alcohol. It's a beer without alcohol, so it's not a real beer. But, so here it's just to illustrate, beer, real beer, only the Sein für anders. Yeah. And the difference, here I can use my categories. Drinking beer can help negate introvert behavior, boredom. So the moment of negation, real beer contains negation because drinking beer or any kind of alcohol can help prevent being bored in a party. It can help forget some problems if you drink a lot of beer, to forget. Or it can help enhance one's personality. So that would be the positive negation of real beer. The negative negation of real beer is what we call a hangover. When you've drunk too much, that's a determination of measure. You've drink too much beer, you become a little bit drunk. You throw up everywhere. You start antagonizing people because you're a little bit drunk. That would be the negative, and then you have a headache. So that would be the negative negation, which is one with the positive negation. So the best would be not to drink any beer. There are religious people who know that drinking alcohol is bad, but at least now they know why from a logical standpoint. But if you have never drunk any alcohol, that's good. If you have drunk alcohol, and if you have become an alcoholic, or if you have misbehaved after having drunk too much, well, there's a price to pay, but you will be forgiven. There's worse thing than just, yeah. So that's an illustration. But then from a Hegelian standpoint, one could say that a real beer at the highest speculative level is precisely a beer without alcohol because it enables left-wing people to enjoy the illusion of beer, but whatever. But actually, no, it's not real beer. That's just an illustration. And yeah, the concept of reality. Yeah. So, yeah. now we have so Anderssein is a Nicht-Sein in the form of etwas. So the Anderssein of etwas is something else. An sich und Sein für anders. I have spent a lot of time talking about this because it's really important. And now, Grenze, Schränke. So die Grenze, and that's why in the table of categories of Kant there is reality and negation, basically. And there is the ambiguity of realism, namely to be realistic means to see things how they are, so that can be thought of to be positive because it helps to see clearly, but also to realize means to shatter the illusion. That's the negation of the illusion would be an sich, and the shattering of the illusion would be the negation. So there is the ambiguity. And growing up consists in accepting reality as it is without having any illusions. Yeah, just to be realistic. And here I have erased the drawing, but the question of race realism, the usually left-wing people who say race is not real, they only consider the an sich, but man an sich with no Sein für anders would not be physical. He would be invisible, so to speak. So the fact that man has a biological presence, Dasein, which is actually existence, here we can say use the determination of essence, existence, he's anthropologically determined, which means negation. He has relation to self or relation to another. So in this sense, race is real, and there are the two poles. There is the bad aspect of race realism would be racism. The bad aspect in the moment of negativity would be racism. The bad aspect in the moment of positivity would be color blindness, namely self-inflicted stupidity. Namely, a racist is negative, but someone who thinks that race does not exist, here it's a determination of essence, but has no reality, he deludes himself as well. So the middle would be just race realism, just to acknowledge that it has reality, but to move beyond the two opposed tendencies. And just an sich human being would be transparent. That would be a spirit. That's why, yeah, we'll talk about this later. That's why the question of anthropology is problematic, because to realize one another differences implies negation, because reality and negation are one. But then the proper balance is a determination of measure, would be not to fall into the trap of racism and not to fall into the trap of anti-racism, but to stand in the middle, namely to be realistic, and to be non-racist, like Martin Luther King. He was in the middle, and there were racists and anti-racists, and there still are on both sides, and both kind of are wrong logically, and also morally, because anti-racism is considered to be good, but as people who have lived in Western society, they realize that anti-racists become racist. That's a logical process. That's in the determination of essence, but whatever. So to stand in the middle would be just to be realistic, to have an honest conversation without taking sides, just to be coherent and rational, and to try to appease the tension between the opposing poles, the racist, anti-racist, and the racist who claim that they want to preserve whatever, to find the middle ground, which is very difficult. But it's just to illustrate the problem of racism. It's because, and here the leftists are right intellectually, in the sense that they claim that race realism might bring about racism, because they understand intuitively that reality and negation are conceptually united. But then there is the good aspect of negation, in a sense, to grow up, to realize, to understand, in a good sense, and then there's the negative aspect. Positive and negative are determination of essence, and of course it's, this is a problematic, but yeah. Okay, so something and something else. Something is real because something else is a moment of something, so that's the negation of something, but it's one with something, and the limit between the two, the Bestimmtheit has become the limit, which is the Grenze. And here I will just check my notes, but actually, whatever. Yeah. So just I took one. Übereinstimmung eines Daseienden mit seinem Begriff means that when the present, the Daseiendes, namely when something, or in later developments, when an object is in accordance with its concept, namely when the exterior is in accordance with the interior, when the Sein für anders corresponds to the Ansicht, these are always the same determinations, but in a more concrete forms. This is reality, not in the sense that I've just defined, but reality in the highest sense, Wirklichkeit, namely when the object and the concept correspond to one another, they are in agreement with one another, that's the way of talking. This is Wirklichkeit, as is implied in the works of Hegel, namely when the concept and the object coincide, basically. When something is what it was supposed to be. Why was something supposed to be the way it has to become? I could answer this question, but it's really here complicated. But here I will, because I don't know how many videos I will be able to make, so here I will talk, I improvise. Here I will just take 30 seconds to say that I thought that I had to produce a structured order, great video about logic, which in a way I must be honest to myself, that's what I would have wanted to do, because I suffer from many problems, one of which is that I try to imitate Hegel, and now I am improvising, so I am mixing all the ideas that I've accumulated over the months and the years, but it's not very rigorous, so I am frustrated, but I have to learn to accept the negative, so I have to accept, I try to do, there are worse things to accept than just being forced to improvise. But here I will talk about the question of race. The racist in America. They are on the left and on the right, but when we talk about racism in America, we talk about white racists. I have just talked about race realism, the negative aspect, which is racism, but Mr. Johnson wrote a book about America. Basically, there are white racists in America who believe that America has gone wrong. But precisely it hasn't. There are many problems in America, I cannot deny this, but from a conceptual standpoint, America has become what it was supposed to be. We will see Zollern, Otto, etc. America has become what it was meant to be. Meant to be means the concept which has to realize itself, namely a country, well actually it hasn't yet, but from the white perspective it's a country in which the determinations of race were supposed to be indifferent, namely anyone was supposed to be able to become an American. And now, I have just criticized the white racists, they are worthy of being criticized, but it's part of the logical determination, so I understand, but there are racists on the left as well, different types of racists, but identity and difference are identical, these are determinations of essence, maybe we'll see that later, but what I mean is that there are problems of race in America, but the purpose of America was to become a country in which race was supposed to be transcended. And there are white people who are pissed off because they think America belongs to them and they are being deprived. They are the native Indians who say, oh, actually it belonged to us and we have been deprived. And there are the wannabe immigrants who say it belongs to everyone, we don't want to be deprived from the opportunity of experiencing the American dream. And then if you have followed the course, you have the lecture, you have to say that the American dream sometimes is just Ansicht, you have to take the moment of negation and need to accept that sometimes the dream is not always pleasant for everyone, but yeah. So what I want to say is that that's an illustration that the American Constitution in 1783, I think, when it was signed officially at the end of the 18th century, it was meant to create, entstehen, a country in which race would not be a problem, where people of all origins could live as free citizens while agreeing on a certain set of fundamental determinations like private property, freedom of speech, freedom of association, pursuit of happiness, etc., etc. They had to agree on fundamental set of determinations, and race was supposed to, I mean, that's not maybe how they think, but that's a cunning of reason, as Hegel would say, namely, the white people who created the United States, they created a constitution into which all men were equal from the point of view of legislation. There are contradictions because I will not make the history of America because I want to finish my lecture on logic, but simply America was supposed to become a country in which citizens could live peacefully with one another in spite of their differences, because they were supposed to agree on principles, which is transcendental. Here it's not Hegel, it's Kant. So that's why to claim that I will not make a lecture on America, but the smart people, maybe they have understood. If I have the opportunity, I will talk longer about this question, but simply just an illustration that that's just a historical illustration, namely a concept unfolding itself, trying to overcome the many contradictions to realize itself. Here it's an sich becoming sein für anders, becoming wirklich. So to realize here means to become wirklich, and the accordance, Übereinstimmung of the concept with the Dasein, or the concept with the object, or reciprocally, is what unfolding, development, and truth is. And America was supposed to be, and still supposed to be, and to become a country in which race ought to be indifferent, not by pretending that it does not exist. That would be color blindness, just the an sich delusional leftist, not by conflict brought by racism, but by standing in the middle, by using American intelligence and American science to acknowledge that race is real, but that it's not the Wirklichkeit, the real reality of what America ought to be, namely a country which is supposed to transcend the problems of race. I don't blame Americans because I understand, if I do, I'm dishonest, but I understand the logical process, and I understand that the history of America basically consists in trying to overcome all the contradictions. I don't need to read books about American history. I just have to read Hegel and to listen to leftists and right-wingers, and I understand the broad view. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay, so something and something else are separated, which is a moment of negation, by the limit, which is the Grenze, and the other Anderssein of something, which is something else, is not indifferent to something, but it is the moment of something. So something is what it is because it has what it is not as its own moment. That's why something and something else are united. And that's why something is finite. So the limit, the Bestimmtheit, also brings the moment of what is finite, what is limited, and it is not infinite because it is limited by something else. Precisely. And here I use my note because it's really complex, although it's very simplified. I repeat what I said. The difficult version logic is division chapter logic. The simplified version is what they call the shorter logic, and the more simplified version is what I'm talking about, where I try to make thoughts intelligible. So something is in, so I read it in German here, etwas ist in und durch seine Grenze, was es ist. So something is in its limit and through its limit what it is. So that's the ambiguity of the limit, because the limit, it can be either positive or negative. When we talk about drinking alcohol, setting a limit is good. When we talk about achievements, when we fail, we are frustrated because we feel limited. We cannot run as fast as we would like to, or running to achieve Olympic performance, not for fleeing. I mean, sometimes I understand why people, but I cannot run, so I cannot run fast, I cannot run a lot, but whatever. This is, in the language of Hegel, a negative relation to self, as we will see later. I understand a lot about a lot, which is the determination of quantity, but whatever. So yeah, limit can be positive or negative. To be limited can be positive or negative. Here I will not use examples because see, if someone watches this video they can find this for themselves, but what I will is that man must learn to limit himself for good, and the illustration of the qualitative limit, this is just an example that I took. If you have to choose between studying law or medicine, that's a qualitative limit. Do you want to become a doctor or a lawyer? That's a qualitative limit. The quantitative limit, which we'll talk about later, would be 4 years of graduate school or 8 years to get a PhD or whatever. So that would be the quantitative. Do you want to study 4 years of law or 4 years of medicine? This is a qualitative difference. Do you want to study 4 years of law or 8 years, or 4 years of medicine or 8 years? This is a quantitative difference. And the quantity is indifferent in the sense that if you study law or medicine or psychology or physics or philosophy or anything, whether you study for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it's indifferent. It's still what it is, medicine, law, psychology, etc. But here's the notion of measure. There comes a moment when the quantitative indifference becomes qualitative, and if you've studied Hegel for how long has it been now? 2.5 years of reading Hegel, there comes a moment when the quantitative change has to become qualitative, and you have to produce something with all you have quantitatively accumulated. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. So yeah, that's just an illustration between quality and quantity. So die Grenze, the limit, is contradictory, contains a contradiction within itself, like all the previous determinations, because the limit is what gives something its being, its Dasein, and also what gives something its non-being, Nichtsein or Anderssein, which is something else. So it's ambiguous because by limiting something, you give it being, but also you give it nothing. So that's why it's opposed to itself. And here I will. I will complain while I'm writing. Hegel makes me do what I hate, but I must be honest, it could be worse. But I wanted to be serious, and now I am forced. But it can be worse, so I accept this. I did not want to improvise. I wanted to be rigorous and serious, and now because I understand Hegel's logic, at least partly. Whatever, I understand that I have to improvise. Whatever. So, that's the same as before Dasein, Nichtsein, etc. Something is something else because it has its being in its limits, and that which limits something gives it its being. That's why something is something else, and something else is something. Something else here is just a word, but actually it expresses a logical determination. So something is the opposite of itself. And the limit between something and something else is ambiguous and it's contradictory because it gives something its being and also its non-being. That's why there is a contradiction, a unity of opposed determination. That's why it has to become, to develop. And here I wrote etwas, Grenze, something else is the Sein des Nichts, namely the nothing and Sein des. That's why the German language is important, because only the Germans can. In English it doesn't work because Sein des is a construct, a linguistic construct coming from Sein, and in English it doesn't work. So the Sein des is to sein what Dasein des is to Dasein. I don't know what to say. So something else is the Sein des Nichts. So it is the nothing of being, but being here is no longer being, it's something. But it's not nothing because it is a nothing which has being, and we call this something else, basically. Etwas ist an sich das andere seiner selbst. So something is an sich the other of itself. Yeah. So the other of something, the something else, is not exterior to something, it is its own moment. It's not indifferent, it's a moment of something. Yeah. So yeah, the limit is contradictory because it contains reality and negation, so it's contradictory. Yeah. Also, let us talk about the Dark Knight, because I thought about this to try to illustrate. I will maybe, if I can, I will put the link to the scene at the beginning of the Dark Knight, when the people dressed up like Batman, they say, what's the difference between, what gives you the right? What's the difference between you and me? And Batman says, I'm not wearing hockey pads. But here, Batman is, actually it's Christopher Nolan, he's a very subtle dialectician. I will not draw again a Sein für andere, so hopefully if you have watched this somehow, whoever you are, you have understood. Batman, let's assume it was Batman. Batman plays a dialectical trick. He says, the difference between the people who dress up like Batman and Batman, the real Batman, is that their outfit, the Sein für anders, is cheap, whereas Batman is not wearing hockey pads, but actually a combination made by Lucius Fox. But actually, the reason why Batman in the movie is the real Batman is not because of the Sein für anders, is because he has the An sich and the Sein für anders, and the An sich would be the training by Ra's al Ghul, namely, Ra's al Ghul would say, training is nothing, will is everything. Yeah, but in order to understand this, you have had to be trained. So it's contradictory what you say, Mr. Ra's al Ghul. So that's why you have to be negated, because you are contradictory. I understand Hegel's logic. So not completely, but partly, which is part of the process. Look, I will not say that I'm sorry for laughing, but I genuinely suffer sometimes, or most of the time, so I said to myself, if laughing about logical categories, there are worse things, or maybe there aren't, because whatever. So what I'm trying to explain is that Batman in the movie is the real Batman because he has the outfit, the cape, the whatever, the Sein für Anders, but also the Ansicht, which is the will and the training partly of being Batman. So Batman in the introductory scene, he says, I am not wearing hockey pads. If you basically it means if you whoever you are, if you worn, if you dressed with hockey with a real cape and a real suit, if you took my suit, you could be Batman. That's what he says. But actually, he knows because he's a subtle dialectician that no, it's not enough. You have to have the will to be Batman, basically. So the Ansicht and the Sein für Anders. And Bruce Wayne, the good Bruce Wayne, would be just the Ansicht, so he could be Batman, but he has to wear a cape, not just for showing off, but if he's just Bruce Wayne, I mean, he can do a pretty, how do you call this? Badass, yeah. But yeah, so that's just an illustration. That's important. That this is hockey pads would be Sein für Anders, which itself would not be the real Sein für Anders. That would not be a real combination in the sense of the real suit. But I will not go into full detail. Basically, the real means Ansicht plus Sein für Anders. If you have just one of the two moments, it's not really real. I will not quote the Joker. If people are smart, if they have watched the movie, they can understand. Yeah, it's a very Hegelian movie, for better and for worse, whatever. So yeah, I will quote The Dark Knight because these are my cultural references. So something is limited by something else. So something tries to negate something else. It's not because at this point something is not strictly speaking conscious, or maybe it is, I don't know, but because it is the opposite of itself, it is limited by the other, so it tries to negate the other, and there is the bad negation and the good negation. So if you erase something else, that's the bad negation, that's a negative negation, you say, now I am free because I have gotten rid of this other which was bothering me. But actually, you have suppressed the other, and here it reappears because the other is contained within the self, so to speak. So that's why negative negation is not proper. Namely, if you negate something else by annihilating in a negative sense, it reappears. And now you try to negate again something else, but something is what it is only because it has a limit, and the limit of something is that which gives rise to something else. So you can try to negate something else as long as you want. If it's a negative negation, it will reappear. That's, in the language of the writings of Hegel, schlechte Unendlichkeit. And also das Sollen, namely the Sollen, I will put here, which in English is ought to, or must, or has to be, I don't know exactly, but ought to, namely that something, soll, has to negate its limit, to negate the negation of itself, but not in a negative way, because if you negate something else, it reappears. In a negative way, you have to negate the other, for lack of a better word, by re-establishing identity with self, which is being, one might say, although identity is a determination of essence, but to re-establish the fullness of being while negating the other, but not in a negative sense, by suppressing in a negative sense, that would be negative negation, but by acknowledging that something else is actually a moment of something, so it is part of something, and it is something, So the Nicht-Sein of Dasein, the something else of something, is something. So they are united. If I wanted to make a joke, which is not a joke, they are actually one. Yeah. And here, I will be me because when I think about this, I use cultural references. I made another video that I intend to publish, so I will not write the songs, or maybe I will. Eminem, Love You More. Escaping me is impossible. The more you put me through, the more it makes me want to come back to you. And the Dark Knight would be, what would I do without you? Basically. But here it would be more. Eminem expresses in Love You More and Venom, escaping me is impossible. So it's impossible for something to escape from something else, because something else is something. Yeah, and the same goes for the more you put me through, the more it makes me want to come back to you. So the more you try to negate in an abstract way something else, the more it comes back. But the idea that we are destined to do this forever, what would I do without you, etc., etc., this is more the relationship of essence. So here Eminem expresses something and something else. So, the real negation, the good negation, or the least bad negation, but actually the Wahrhafte, the Wahrhafte means real, or the true, the good infinite, or the infinite. So that was the attempt to abstractly negate something else is the bad infinite, because the other keeps re-emerging. The good infinite, if we have to talk about good and man, is to be in seinem andere bei sich selbst zu sein, to be with oneself in the other, namely to accept the other as being a part of the self, but actually part is a determination of essence, a condition of possibility of something, of the self, condition and possibility of determinations of essence. That to accept basically that the other is the self, that something else is something, and to acknowledge this, to understand this, means to be bei sich selbst in the other, to be with oneself in the other, and this is für sich sein, being for self, which means the negation of the good negation of something else, namely to re-establish identity, to transcend the limit, and to re-establish the unity, although the unity did not, I wouldn't say the word exist, but the category of unity had no Dasein before the für sich sein, and precisely this is the für sich sein, namely the unity of something and something else, the unity of something with itself through the incorporation of something else within itself, namely the reestablishment of identity with self through negation of self, for lack of a better word, and this re-establishing. Here I will write because this is okay, that's the same movement. Something is the negation of itself, something else, that's dialectics, something, something else, and something, they are identical, that's a determination of essence, but basically something else would like to, that's not the proper way of talking, but I will stop saying this for everything, you've understood now. Something else would like to reunite with something, but the negative moment has occurred, so now the reunion of something else with something is not, is no longer something, but this is für sich sein, namely the unity of something and something else. And für sich sein is a German word for saying basically unity. And here I wrote, this is in Hegel, but actually this is the reason why fleeing away, there are sometimes there are psychological and biological reasons why people want to escape from difficult situation, but to try to escape from something else is negative, a negative negation, because something else will keep reappearing. So whatever tries to flee away is determined by that which it is trying to flee away from, in not very intelligible English, but basically because something is something else, basically that's the reason why I give my singular empirical address in of my videos. And when I publish this video, I think it will be successful because I understand Hegel. I had to improvise. I thought that I had to plan everything, but planning is something, improvisation is something else. Look, as long as I can talk, I will say what I think. Sometimes I love Hegel. Maybe all of the time, I don't know. But I thought, okay, I expect really a negativity from Hegel. But when I burst into laughter, it's unexpected, positive. Yeah, so planning, improvisation, they are one. I will not apologize for laughing at my own speculative jokes, basically. So yeah, so für sich sein is precisely the unity, and this is how the concept of unity emerges out of being. This is how the one comes out of being. And we'll talk about geopolitics, but also here I have example, free speech and censorship. When you try to censor free speech, it re-emerges somewhere else on the dark web for the worst, or an alternative platform. When you try to censor racism re-emerges. When you try to censor the Republicans, the alt-right emerges. When you try to prohibit alcohol, Al Capone emerges. I know you so well, Americans. I know you so well. When you try to escape from diversity, that which in America they call white flight, diversity people, they re-emerge. Yeah, but there's here diversity people, I call this, diversity is a determination of essence. So if there are white people who watch this, somehow, American whites or Western whites speaking English, white flight is just a logical determination, like Al Capone, like censorship and free speech, etc. And in physics, particle and wave, about light. Is light a particle? Is it a wave? But a particle is a wave is a particle. When they are united, they are brilliant, illuminating. Yeah, I understand. Whatever. So let us talk about. So für sich sein. So first, I will just talk about. I will talk about the categories. So, Ähnlichkeit, Veränderlichkeit means verändern means to change, but change was kind of already Einstein again. So, something finite, because it is limited, because it is finite, precisely it is finite, so it has to suppress itself, and it has to change because it contains its own negation within itself, because it's self-contradictory. That's why finite things, they come and they go. I will not quote the song of Eminem that I have in mind, because I don't know. They come, they go. I don't know in which song it is, but they come, they go, basically. Entstehen, vergehen. Yeah. I will say what I think, because I've said this to myself for many months, so I didn't think that it was relevant, but I'm just a German metaphysician using mostly American pop culture to spread a Jewish religion. So I'm the unity of Germany, America, and the Jews. But they are all universal. German metaphysics is universal. The Jewish religion is universal, and American culture has become universal, basically. Yeah. What was I saying? So, what is finite, that is the endlich, something. Etwas is endlich, it's finite, because it is limited by Nichtsein, Anderssein, negation. So something else, etwas andere. Etwas andere is just, so something else is just nothing, Nichtsein, negation, Anderssein, in the form is a determination of essence, in the category of, it's a further progress of self-determination. So something else is just the same old. It's so old that it may be ageless, actually. So these are the same determination. And so that is, we have just talked about the schlechte Unendlichkeit, so the bad infinity, namely problems that keep reappearing if you do not find the proper solution. The problem have to be solved. That's the Sollen. The limit has to be transcended. The finite has to transcend itself and to become infinite, but not in a sense of infinite problems. Here it's not quantitative. Infinity is just problems keep reappearing. I mean, problems. Yeah, these are problems. They keep reappearing if they are not properly negated, which is not abstract negation, which would be a negative negation. It's dialectical negation, namely to find oneself in the other. This is true infinity, and this is für sich sein, and this is ideality. And für sich sein is the concept of unity, of one. This is the logical unfolding. So something has reality, something else as well, because something else is something, but the für sich sein is precisely the unity of both, and für sich sein eventually becomes unity, the concept of unity, the concept of the one, and something else is idealized, not in a sense, let's pretend that it's better, not idealized in the sense that we idealize someone when we are in love. It's idealized, namely, a negation which preserves the other as a moment of itself, namely the other is only in relation to the self, and this incorporation in the self through the Wahrhafte, the real negation of the other, is the idealization. And in intelligible language, when something is understood, to understand something means to give determinations. And here I will talk about Bestimmungen. Bestimmungen, so Bestimmtheit is qualitative determinacy. Bestimmungen would be limits, finite. That's why it's not the real. It's not the real logic, because in the real logic there is the determination of Bestimmung, the determination of determination. So here Bestimmung would be to give Bestimmungen, to give determinations, mean basically to give Sein für anders, limits, finite, Bestimmtheit in a more determined way, in a way. So, in ordinary language, Bestimmtheit is the quality, the determinations are properties, features, characteristics. So, when an other is understood, namely when the determination of the other are incorporated within the mind, the other is no longer an other, is no longer foreign or alien. Here could be an alien, as opposed to people from living on Earth, and aliens, they are something else. But the reverse is also true. Namely, for an alien, coming from God knows where, outer space, the people from the Earth, they are aliens as well, basically. That's a great song. Whatever. I will not sing because whatever. Yeah, so an alien is another. But the purpose of philosophy is to equalize. Equality is a determination of essence. To equalize the other with the self through a thinking activity, and when the determinations of the other are no longer foreign or strange or alien, they become idealized through a cognitive process, and they become one with the self. So, für sich sein, an illustration is simply consciousness. Namely, consciousness is the relation of the self, in the sense of the I, das Ich, to an other. It can either be relation of me with myself. Here is a Taylor, me, or me, myself, and I. By B.B. Rexha, that's another song. Me, myself, and I implies that there are three selves living in the self, basically. And yeah, so the self, in a sense of the ego, in a sense of a transcendental ego, not selfish ego, but precisely selfishness is something which wants just itself and not something else. That's negativity, selfishness, and eventually evil. That's why sharing with others is good, because sharing is a negation of the self, which is positive. But yeah, it's easy to know about what has to be done. Zolan. I will be honest, I hate Hegel, but I hate I hate the fact that I love him, because I have to be honest, sometimes it's just great. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. There are many songs. I love how much I hate you, or I hate how much I hate I love you, whatever. If pop culture is filled with this kind, that was the purpose of Hegelianism, whatever, of cultural Hegelianism. So yeah, consciousness is either relation of self to self, which is a introspection or self-reflection. Reflection is a determination of essence, but there's only the idea that even in what is identical with itself, namely the self, I am myself, I am nonetheless different from myself, because I can reflect upon myself, I can think about myself. And das Ich in philosophy is not my psychological determinations, my empirical history. I mean, that's what I thought. The das Ich is indifferent, ought to be. Ought is das Sollen. That's the Ich, the ego, the self, the transcendental ego of Kant, Fichte, and the logic of Hegel, namely pure thought, but pure thought. Because it's pure being. Pure thought. Pure thought is pure being, but pure being is not itself, it's the negation of itself, because I will not restart the process again. Watch the video if you're interested. This is how, it's not very rigorous here, it's the simplified version, but basically that's how the transcendental ego, as Kant would say, unfolds itself. This is how the categories unfold one another. That's why quality comes before quantity, and somehow Kant put quantity before quality. But in the logical process, there are many more categories. I have published the list, but here it's the simplified version. That's how the categories of the mind, which are also the categories of the real, mind would be an sich, reality would be sein für anders, etc., etc. And in order to understand reality, one has to use the proper categories, simply put. So that's why consciousness is an example of das Ich, and that's idealism. That's why man is a metaphysical being by the simple fact that man thinks. This is die Bestimmung des Menschen, the determination in the sense of the purpose of man. I learned this by talking to Germans. I will speak as long as I can. I know basically that the reason why I can understand Hegel is because I am not a native speaking German person. For me, the German language is something else, but in a positive sense that I would like to grasp something else, namely the German language. I am attracted by the German language because I do not speak German, basically. That's really... If I had been born in Germany and if I spoke German, I'm sure that I would not have been able to understand Hegel. And because I do not speak German as a native language, I can understand what the native speaking Germans cannot understand. And here I will repeat what I said. The relation of my relation to the German language is something. The relation of Muslims to the Arabic language is something else. The relationship of native speakers of the native Amerindian language is something else, but something and something else are identical. So I understand my relationship to the German language, so I understand the Muslims' relationship to the Arabic language and the native Indian relationship to their native language. Yeah, because something else is something. And yeah. And now, yeah, so yeah, let us talk about history. And no, first, yeah, let us talk about history. But first, I will put a song. It's a planned improvisation or an improvised plan. Both are true. Namely, I'm just commenting months and years of intellectual meditation, one might say. Yeah, so that's maybe a freak like me just needs infinity. Yeah. I don't know. So I will talk about the limit and something and something else. So yeah, here we have the concept, with Führerschein we have the concept of infinity, and the reason why many people do not understand God is because they think, or however vaguely, that God is infinite. So they oppose the finite and the infinite. That's the view of the Jews, the Muslims, and most of Christians. Namely, they think that the finite would be the world, the human condition, the universe, and the infinite would be God, living God knows where. But if you oppose the finite to the infinite is no longer infinite because it is limited by the finite. So it becomes finite, basically. That's why the Jews, the Muslims, and most Christians, they do not really understand their religion because they think that God is infinite as opposed to the finite, but an infinite which is opposed to a finite is no longer infinite, it has been made finite. But the real infinite is the finite which encompasses the infinite which encompasses the finite within itself. In the Christian religion, they have metaphors to express this, namely God made himself man. That's how Jesus came into being, basically. The infinite became finite. That's the story of Christianity. That's why the pagans and the Christians, maybe they understand the divine better, as of now at least, than most other religions, because for the pagans, the finite is infinite, and for the Christians, those who are supposed to understand the Bible, not many Christians do. As of now, maybe. It's complicated. Avril Lavigne wrote a song, Complicated. Difficult as it sounds. Yeah. Here I will talk, I will go back. Difficult as it sounds, difficult from Eminem. Black people are more intelligent sometimes than white, because white who have just the Ansicht of race, they delude themselves about color blindness, but black people, because they do not live in the same fantasy world as white leftists, they are real about race. And here, if you listen to the song Difficult by Eminem, you know about melatonin. Yeah, melatonin. Black people, they are aware of race realism, whereas white people, they delude themselves. And listen to the song and you will understand that's one way of transcending race problems, namely black people making fun at white people for their stupidity, because maybe racist people are evil, but anti-racist whites, they are as stupid as maybe less, but as some racist people, whatever. So black people, in America at least, they are... the racists think that they are less intelligent. We'll talk about IQ later maybe, but actually in common sense, which would be reality, Difficult by Eminem is an illustration of common sense from Afro-Americans that white people who have been brainwashed have lost sometimes. They forget that their skin can become hot when the white people they cannot sometimes the temperature gets very intense. That's a determination of quantity, and in these conditions they suffer more in terms of anthropological determinations than black people because of biology. So yeah, most black people, when they are aware that they are black, and they are aware because of the historical process, they are smarter scientifically, even though they haven't studied science. Most of them are smarter scientifically than white people who are just living in a fantasy world and forget the negation which comes with realization, etc., etc. I understand white people very well, but because white people are something and non-white are something else, I partly understand others as well. Yeah, so let us talk about history. A hot topic. I will, while I'm writing, I will talk about my relationship with the writings of Hegel. There are several aspects of the German psyche, and one of them is German kind of naivety. It's an aspect of the German psyche, and when I discovered the writings of Hegel, I just asked myself, but if there is this, I wouldn't say crazy German metaphysician, because by then he was a brilliant German metaphysician who said that history is the unfolding of reason. But history hasn't stopped since the death of the empirical Hegel in officially 1831. So if Hegel is really as smart as his writings seem to indicate that he is, and here it's not shine, it's not Seinfeld, he really is smart. The writings of Hegel really smart. It's not just the appearance or the Seinfeld, it's a wirklich intelligence. I love Hegel, whatever Hegel is, but it's so difficult, it's so whatever. Yeah, so reason in history, I simply, when I discovered Hegel, the writings of Hegel, I just asked myself, but if there is this German metaphysician who says that history is rational, why would history cease to rationally unfold itself after the death of the official empirical individual? Or when he says that art, religion and philosophy manifest absolute truth, why would it cease to be true, even if art has become a modern pop culture art or modern art, which can sometimes be quite degenerate, as some Germans would say, but degenerate art is still art. Yeah. Yeah. Why would it cease to be valid? That's just the stupid question that I asked myself many years ago, and then I studied the writings, etc., and I realized that yeah. So something is something else. Grenze is limit. The problem of history, if historians watch this, if they find themselves in a position to reflect back upon history, they will simply realize that because something is self-contradictory, and Grenze, here it's a lecture about geopolitics, a country is limited by another country. A country is something in geopolitics, another country, usually the neighbor, is something else. And they have a border, a limit, which has the ambiguity of giving the country its identity. Identity is a determination of essence, but its being, so a country is what it is through its border. So it's ambiguous, the problem of borders. Whether left-wing no-border people watch this, or right-wing imperialists watch this, left-wing no-borders, right-wing imperialists, Mr. Biden, Macron, Trudeau, Mrs. Merkel. I had songs for Mrs. Merkel, but I will keep them. They will just be ideas in my mind if I will not use them now, but if maybe I will not use them, but whatever. So Mrs. Merkel, all the British politicians, French politicians, American, Canadian, Western politicians, basically they promote no border, but they don't know why. I mean, maybe they think they do, but actually they don't. And there are some other people, modern people, old-fashioned people, who do not buy into the let's abolish the borders by welcoming the entire world in our countries. They are old-fashioned imperialists, but so Western people, they are something, non-Western, and this is not, this includes Eastern Europe as well. They are something else, but they are united, and both have been trying, I mean, the entire historical process since 3000 BCE, officially, simply since their states have been formed, and a state is what it is through its limits. It's a determination of objective spirit on a given territory. So a state exists. Here I can use the determination of essence because it comes out of the Grund, which is determination of laws, which is the will of a people to live together by abiding by a certain set of rules, by transcending their negative aspect to elevate themselves to the level of universality, etc., etc. I simplify what a state is, but a state is what it is through its limit. Usually states are geographically determined, but because the limit, the border, is what gives a country its identity or its being, and because the limit is what gives something its being but also its not being, by having a border, a state is what it is, but it is also the opposite of itself because it is limited and even negated in a philosophical sense, which can take various forms, by the other, which is the neighbor. And the entire historical process basically consists in trying to abolish the border or the limit between one state and the neighbor. That's what the Mesopotamians have done, the various empires, Assyria, Babylonian Empire, the empire of Sargon of Akkad, the Egyptians, the Greeks and the Romans, Alexander, etc., etc. And the entire historical process simply consists, I mean, it's more complex than that, but simply to the Sollen, the will to conquer is das Sollen, namely the logical determination which makes that something has to transcend its own limitation by negating the other, that which we call conquest. So imperialism is simply, I mean, it's complex, but it's simply something which wants to incorporate something else within itself. Namely, let us incorporate Austria into the Reich. That's an example. Let us incorporate Ukraine or parts of Ukraine into Russia. That's imperialism. Let us incorporate the American continent into the 13 British colonies. Let us incorporate parts of France into Germany, etc. Let us, the British. Let us incorporate like a corporation. Incorporate for the British means a corporation, namely a business. That's why British imperialism wants to turn the entire world into a big company. That's what the British have done since the 16th, 17th century, basically. So imperialism in geopolitics is the will of a country, because it is self-contradictory, because it is what it is for its limits, but also it is a lack, in a sense, because a limit is what gives being, but also nothing, reality and negation, etc. So in history, the reason why there is a historical process is because countries try to conquer others, but here we could use the determination of quantity. When you suppress the other, you conquer, you reunite Germany like a Bismarck. You conquer the American continent, like the early colonists, etc., etc. Then another limit re-emerges. That's the westward expansion, the manifest destiny. You incorporate parts of Czechoslovakia, and then Poland, parts of France, etc., etc. Because the contradiction keeps reappearing, namely when you suppress something else, something else becomes something, but something was already something else, and now, even if you increase, here it's quantitative determination, if you increase the size of a country, there is always another standing opposed, basically. So, the reason why there are conflicts, the logical reason, is because states are limited and they seek to abolish the limit. And there are various methods. The methods of Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, and Bismarck, which is a old-fashioned imperialism. And there is another way of trying to negate the limit, which is inverted imperialism, which has been a recent modern phenomenon in the West, because the last time that a German tried to negate the limit between something and something else, well, there were problems, one might say. But I am a German, I have to negate the limit between something and something else, but I am a dialectical German and a Hegelian German, so I understand that the mistakes of the past, they have to try to be avoided. So, yeah. So, here I talk about the geopolitics of the second half of the 20th century. What Western governments have tried to do basically is to negate the limit, not in the old-fashioned Napoleon, Alexander, Caesar, Hitler, or even Stalin type of way, but in a new way, a new method, because the events of the Second World War, their new method, the official story, I mean, there are various levels of stories. We know the stories, basically. But there are some people in the fringes of conspiracy circles who believe that there's a banking elite manipulating, etc. Actually, it's a process determined logically, namely the no-border policy. Welcome migrants, all-inclusive policies, let's abolish the borders. Actually, I know that the people who promote these policies, they don't know why they do this. But I know, because I have studied Hegel, simply because they are trying to negate the limit to re-establish identity with the self. That's why people do not like to be separated. That's why their policies are considered to be good. That's why white people fall so easily for the trick, because it's good. We want to abolish the borders. Borders is what separates. This brings conflict. Let's abolish conflicts. Everything's going to be all right. Yeah, but the problem, either everything's going to be all right or everything's going to be alt-right. And the alt-right is simply the revolt of not the old right of America, but simply the populist, basically. The alternative right, namely the right which does not tolerate the welcoming of something else within something, but both are identical, who wants to preserve something, but something is something else. Yeah. So, I will not talk about white flight, I've talked about this already. You understand if you have followed the logic, basically. So, what the Western elites have been trying to do for the past 60 years, basically, is to incorporate something else, that which we call immigrants, migrants, foreigners, refugees, that which the right and the far right call invaders, to incorporate something else within something, to abolish the limit, the border, to re-establish unity. From a logical standpoint, unity has not yet emerged. It's only the concept of unity, the one, only emerges later in the logical process, but this is what they have been trying to do. So that's negative imperialism. That's inverted imperialism. But because imperialism is thought to be bad, that's why it's considered to be good imperialism. That's why welcoming migrants is considered to be good by most whites, and by most non-whites. It helps, it enables to give a good, positive image. We are welcoming. That explains the psychological disposition of white leftists for the past 40 years, basically. What the Western elites have been trying to do, without knowing why they do this, is to incorporate something else, namely foreigners, into something, namely immigrants into one's own country, to abolish the borders, basically. But the contradiction has not been solved because the native populations of Western countries, they do not understand, they haven't been told why no border policies have been implemented. They do not understand, and the contradiction hasn't been solved because once something else has been incorporated in a positive way, which is actually negative also because it has not solved the contradiction, namely it's not the true infinity, because the immigrants who enter Western countries, the people, in order to accept the immigrants, they have been told to negate themselves, but it's part of the process. Self-negation is part of the process to unity with something else, but there are good and bad ways of negating oneself. There is the suicide and the sacrifice, and killing oneself. I mean, suicide is negative self-negation, sacrifice is positive self-negation. And basically what has been asked unconsciously to Western people is to accept, to peacefully watch their civilization die and pass away and to be peacefully replaced. But there are some people who resist because there are contradictions, and here we have I'm sometimes I may be stupid, but I'm intelligent enough to understand that the problems brought about by immigration, they are a tiny, I mean at some moment at least, the crimes, rapes, murder, etc., it's a tiny quantitative proportion of the immigrant population who commits this crime, but it's problematic nonetheless. But there are tensions between the immigrants and the natives because they are something and something else within the same country, but the contradiction hasn't been abolished yet, because in order to find unity in the other, that's idealism. So leftists are idealists in the negative sense, namely they see the other as he really is not as a leftist thing. They are namely here I will use a Zizek. I love you, Slavoj. For now, maybe forever, I don't know. But basically, in order to make peace with another, you have to be honest at some moment. You have to, blacks, oh, they are all wonderful. The native Indian, here it's Zizek, I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing Zizek. The native Indian, they are so wise and whatever. The first ones to know that the blacks and the native Indians or whoever or the Muslims, they are not, as the white leftists think they are the Muslims or the blacks or the native Indian themselves, because they live with one another. Like white people, they live with one another, so they understand themselves very well. So, yeah, I will not, but the first moment of trying to make peace with the other is to accept that he's not as great as you think he is. Namely, it's to have the proper judgment, namely the proper view of the other. I mean, he's not black people, they are not wonderful, all of them, but they are not Untermenschen, as some far-right extremists believe either. They are good and bad within black people, within Muslims, within, if you have to use good and bad, within Native Americans. It's to have the proper view of the other. And in order to understand the other, one has to use the proper categories of logic and of science, eventually. And science is what is supposed to unite the differences, because it is beyond opposition. And I explain, the Western policies have been trying to suppress knowledge, spread of information, etc., which brings about misunderstanding and frustration and anger of the native population against the media and the establishment, and against the native, which brings conflict into the West. I don't need to illustrate that. People who live in the Western world, they know what I'm talking about. Because the contradiction hasn't been solved, because negative imperialism, namely the will to replace oneself, the will to make the other become the self, basically, is like old-fashioned imperialism, Greek, Roman, European, German. It hasn't been solved. Namely, the geopolitical problems that one can witness every day on the news, they are simply a conflict between anti-imperialism, negative imperialism of the West, and old-fashioned imperialism of traditionalist country, as traditionalist as you can get within the context of modernity, namely Russia, China, etc., etc. And the two sides, they do not understand one another, because they do not understand logic. So the problems can only be solved when something finds itself in its other, in its something else, namely the infinite that I have illustrated, namely when a country no longer has to go out of itself, that's old-fashioned imperialism, to conquer parts of another country, but then the other re-emerges and you have to expand. That's a quantitative determination again and again and again, until the Macedonian soldiers are exhausted when Alexander reaches India, and the Macedonians say, "Oh, we are tired, we want to go back home." That's Or until Napoleon or Caesar gets assassinated by a plot, or Napoleon goes in Russia in winter, and then Hitler did the same thing. So that's an excess of measure, so kind of it backfires against Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, Hitler, etc., etc. That's why eventually negative imperialism in a way kind of backfires. But it's just to express that the historical process consists in trying to establish an infinite relation from country to another, either through diplomacy, through cultural, how do you call this? To impose one's own culture on the other, either through appeal or through force. That's colonialism in a way, but there's soft power, hard power, namely when you can spread your cultural influence to such an extent. That's a quantitative determination. And in order to be extended, it has to be intense, namely it has to be very appealing. One of my ideas was to use American pop culture, which is very appealing because it's very extended, to spread German philosophy and religion, whatever. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, you can conquer the other either culturally, that's what the Americans have done, or economically, that's what the Americans have done, or militarily, that's what most developed countries throughout history have tried to do. But I will speak the truth. In order to stop all geopolitical conflicts, a country has to stop, to seize the will to negate the other, either through old-fashioned imperialism or modern, Western, leftist, inverted imperialism, namely the Great Replacement or old-fashioned, traditionalist imperialism, because both attempts are attempts to solve a contradiction, namely the limit, the border between a country and another, a state and another. And if you have followed previously what I said, the only way to negate the other properly is to recognize, which is an intellectual process, to idealize, not in the sense of the other, they are better than us. Maybe they are, but that's a white perspective. White people, either they believe that we are better than everyone else, or the left, that's the right-wing view, or the left-wing view is that all the others, they are better than ourselves. So the white race is kind of bipolar. That's a determination of essence. And schizophrenic. That's a determination of logic, basically. So the way to solve geopolitical conflicts is to solve the contradiction, namely to unite a country not with another, but with all other countries, namely to establish an infinite state. And an infinite state can be seen in a negative sense of totalitarian, Stalinist, or even partly a national socialist state, namely a parasitical state which extends its influence, here I talk in ordinary, in an infinite varieties of ways through bureaucracy, control, surveillance, manipulations. That's the infinite aspect of the state which existed at the peak in Soviet Russia under Stalin, or maybe in North Korea or wherever, but probably under Stalin. But it exists to this day with mass surveillance, facial recognition, control, etc., etc. And that's the bad infinity. The real infinity means a state which is in relation with itself in its other, namely which is infinite. It no longer has to expand either geographically, militarily, geopolitically, or to expand in an inner way. So geopolitical, that would be, or imperialism would be outer conflict, surveillance, control, Big Brother would be inner conflict. The way to solve both problems is simply to have an infinite state, namely a state which is only in relation to itself, and because it is only in relation to itself, it no longer has to defend itself against others, because there is only one state. That's what people call the one world government. The military conflicts become useless, military weapons become useless, because there is no one else to defend against, and the bad infinity of the infinite will to expand within, which is an intensification of control, surveillance, etc., which are logical determination of quantity, they would seize as well, because the people would be aware, and the people would not let themselves be fooled by a tyrannical elite would say, oh, we will rule the world. No, the people would say, thank you, but we will rule ourselves. And so an infinite state would cease to be a state. It would become a self-ruling totality. It would be free in a good sense. But the negative aspect is that the other has to be negated, not in the negative sense of negative negation, but Hegelian negation, namely to explain to the other that he is a moment of the self, and my way of waging war is spiritual, because I have no empirical weapons and I don't want to use any except a plastic gun and a knife and whips also, but these are my only weapons empirically. But I try to use spiritual weapons to unite, basically to unite the world, basically, while trying to limit the negative negation. Yeah, that's difficult, but yeah. When I publish this video, I will finish at least the quality. It will be at least 4.5 hours long. I will publish this video probably in the coming hours or tomorrow, or yeah, because I've understood that I have to improvise. That's what I am doing, basically. Yeah, I just explained. If people watch it, they understand the need, the will. It's a will, the need to solve the contradiction. Namely, peace can be established geopolitically only if a state is in relation to its other, to itself in its other. Namely, if the will to expand ceases because there is nowhere else to expand. Then we could imagine, let us invent aliens. No, that's what modern pop culture says, to try to unify mankind. Namely, to imagine the threat of alien invasion, and all humans have to unite against the extraterrestrial invaders, etc., etc. That's one way. But simply, a one-world government is a logical, is the unfolding of a logical process, and history can end, and all geopolitical, military, and eventually political conflicts, because politics would be inner, geopolitics would be outer, and inner problems are made external, external problems become inner problems. Okay, I'm thinking in real time, I might say. Maybe I will not publish, I wanted to make a full lecture on all the logical determinations. I will not, because it would be way too long. I thought this video would be 2 hours long. It's already 3 hours and a half. But I will say very important things. I don't need to go to the full process. If people have understood, at least I will finish maybe the logic of quality. I've made videos about the logic of quantity. I could give, if I can speak in another video, I will speak about the logic of quantity. But now I will complete the logic of quality. People in the West who don't want to be replaced, they turn toward the far right. When I publish my documents, they will understand. And people on the fringes of the far right in Western countries, they turn towards Russia, that they envision as the savior, because Russia is a predominantly European populated country which does not want to replace itself. That's the not funny, the tragic aspect of dialectics. Namely, they think that they will find salvation in Putin, but now Putin becomes the enemy. So that's dialectics. The process of replacement brings about radicalization towards the right. The right-wingers, they want to negate their own civilization, like the elites, but for different reasons, because they want to negate a civilization which has become so decadent that it has become willing to replace itself, to give up on all higher meaning and purpose. So they turn toward traditionalist countries, that's dialectically determined, towards Russia because it's a traditionalist party or proportionately, highly, quantitatively European populated country, or with Eastern Europe, which has remained traditional, like Hungary, etc. So there are either those who flee spatially to Eastern Europe, or ideologically, by being attracted by the traditionalism of Russia, basically. But it turns into its opposite, because now Russia has become the threat for Ukraine and for the West. This is a dialectical process. That's why dialectics can be comical, but it can also be tragic and frightening, and yeah. I learned this 4 years ago, basically, theoretically, but yeah. That's why, that's what I said earlier. I know what I have to do, namely, I will not move. I mean, really, if the circumstances, but I will remain where I am, because wherever I go, I will encounter something else, and I have to negate something else in the real sense, the Wahrhafte, the real infinity, namely by understanding that the other is the self, and the only thing that I can do is to think and to communicate my thoughts, and I have only my will and my intelligence to do this, and yeah. So, yeah. This is the geopolitical problem of the modern age, basically. And I know this to be logically true, namely a state, a one-world state, which is only in relation to itself, will de facto bring peace, will de facto abolish itself, because with the internet, the spread of knowledge, the people, they won't let themselves be Stalinized or made mass surveillance, constant surveillance, technological oppression, etc., because they will have acquired knowledge. So an infinite state is no longer a state, because a state is a limited something, and it is only what it is through its limit. And a state which has no border, really no border, in a sense that not as a policy, but it has made wirklich, is a one state, and it ceases to be a state. It can become peaceful cooperation between all the citizens of the problem that I've been thinking about indirectly by studying logic for the past 6 months, but because through the mediation is the determination of essence, so I understand Hegel. That's why, in order to understand the immediate, the pressing problems that we see in the news every day, the reason why I do not talk about this, I haven't talked about this in my video, is precisely because I understand Hegel. Namely, it has to be mediated through a conceptual understanding, and now that I have lived in cuckoo land, people might say, for many months, and actually many years, I understand that I have to come back to earth. I have always been down to earth, but really to come back to my senses. That's Nietzschean humor in very difficult times. Yeah. Yeah. So, what has to happen, because of the Sollen, is that peace has to be established geopolitically. And it can only happen if the state, any state, becomes infinite. It has been logically, maybe it's not very rigorous, but hopefully people who have watched this up until now, they have understood the logical, I would say the logical necessity, but actually it's the will, the primordial will, so it's simply the will of God. God, if I have to speak in the name of God, I will speak in the name of God. This is my transcendental ego when I say that's ich. I want to be at peace, and in order to be at peace, there has to be geopolitical peace. Namely, countries have to stop arguing with one another in order to reach this state of geopolitical peace, which will bring about political peace, namely within each country, and eventually, if people can peacefully interact with one another, at least as peacefully as they can get, they can solve all the other problems. I want to be at peace, but I am a Hegelian enough to understand that peace is not just peace, it's also war. But maybe I'm Hegelian enough to understand that war is precisely, it's not just war, that a real war is a peaceful war. Peaceful war is still a war, but it's kind of peaceful, and maybe it's a spiritual war. And my purpose, I can say this, is to try to achieve a very difficult geopolitical task while minimizing to the maximum the casualties. I will not pretend that I am all good, because if you have followed up until now, I haven't talked about the logic of essence in this video, but I have a very negative aspects. But maybe I have grown smart enough to understand that the other is part of me. So if I hurt the other, I hurt myself. And it's not in my best interest to hurt myself. There are ways of being hurt that can be pleasant. I will not talk about this because it's in another video that we publish. But basically, ethnomasochism can be pleasant. Leftists know what I'm talking about. It can also be very negative. So there are various ways of suffering, and really negative suffering is really negative. And I would like to avoid that for no reason. So what I mean basically is that I want peace on earth, basically, and it is in my best interest to achieve this goal, which has to be achieved one way or another, but it has to be achieved in a Hegelian way, namely there has to be negation. I understand that I have to negate myself, and I can accept this idea, but the other, any other, of course the other causes me great suffering, but also I've understood over the past couple of months, I would say, that I cannot find any kind of satisfaction with myself if I think of myself as being the cause of suffering for others, although there is an aspect of me which really suffers. And I must be honest, sometimes I want others to suffer because I suffer, really. But hopefully I'm smart enough to understand that I want the other. I want to see joy, innocent joy in the other, because if I cannot see that, everything really is worthless. I know this because this is what I think. So my very difficult task is to try to achieve I would say to achieve the impossible. But the impossible is possible because whatever. To achieve a very difficult task while accepting a sense of sacrifice that I have to accept, but to negate my own negativity in a Hegelian sense, which is affirmation in negation. Basically what I want to do, let's cut the crap, I want a one world government, but I want as many citizens as possible within this one world government of all races, all colors, all religions, but eventually all religions will become one at some moment. But basically, maybe I want contradictory things. What I want to say is basically there has to be a one world government because this is in the mind of God, but suppressing people in a negative sense, it's pointless, because I will not pretend, oh, I love all humans. No, because I don't, because I simply, the vast majority of mankind, I don't know almost anything about them. So I will not pretend that I do care, because you just look at the state of the world for the past 5,000 years, or for the past whatever. I will not pretend that I love everyone, because in order to have any sense of attachment in a good sense with another, I have to have connections, and if I don't know anything about others, I cannot love them, so I won't pretend that I do, because I don't. But I've read Hegel over the past, over the past few weeks I haven't, but I've understood over the past few months that actually each human being contains within himself a wealth of knowledge, a perspective on God. Here I will not talk about Fichte, etc., because I really intend to make another video where I talk about it, but basically every human being is precious because he or she contains aspects of God within himself, no matter what his intelligence, culture might be, because he's a perspective that God has upon himself. So that's why in the eyes of God, human life is sacred and precious. But also there are aspects which makes it really a negative relation to the other. That's why there is death and negation, whatever. But what I will express in ordinary language, because this is what has been on my mind for many, for 4 years actually. I know myself to be the bad guy, so I cannot pretend that I am not, because that's what I am. I'm not just that, because this and that, whatever. So I will not pretend, because I can't. I will not say, oh, I care about all humans. No, if you look at history, even history during my own lifetime, I cannot pretend that I do, because there are crimes and suffering and stuff. But I have grown, hopefully, wise enough to realize that actually others, they are precious because every human contains knowledge and information about God. That's my relation to the people that I don't know, but the people that I know, I experience myself as having the illusion, at least, that I love them. And I call this love, but then there are various problems with love. Because love implies suffering. But basically what I want to say, I will do what I know that I have to do. I will use my will and my intelligence, but I explain to the people who watch this video that basically my purpose, if I fail, this is my failure, and this is not the kind of failure that I enjoy. So there are kinds of suffering that on the recesses of my subconscious that I enjoy. Example, guilt. I do not like feeling guilty, but actually a part of me does, because feeling guilty is what has enabled me over the past years, and especially the past few months, to be stable, because I said to myself, okay, I know what I am, the negative, etc., but I can remain balanced, because I know that maybe unconsciously there is suffering everywhere because of me, but I can remain balanced because I feel guilty, and also because the positive and the negative are conceptually united. So basically my problem I have negativity within me because I suffer, basically, and I have real negativity within me, but it's not fair to exteriorize this onto others. I know that it's not fair, but I cannot aim this negativity at myself. I could kill myself, but I never tried to, because I know that I couldn't, and I don't want to, because I will say what I think. Basically, I just want to appreciate the fact that something exists, it comes out of the ground. I just would like to appreciate the experience of being, but maybe I'm corrupt on many levels, but there's a part of non-corruption within me which knows that basically in order for me to genuinely appreciate my experience of the world, I have to be able to be at peace and to remove all the problems, because I cannot deny that I have enjoyed many moments in my life over the past few months and the past few years, even many moments of my life as such, but I have grown to a point where the idea that what I call good now, and it has changed over my chronological evolution, but now what I call good is understanding some aspects of Hegel, making speculative jokes, talking to people, very simple things, but I just want to enjoy the fact that something exists without having to think that all the problems of the world, starving people, disease, sickness, war, conflict, murder, all sorts of perversion, that I know that I am responsible unconsciously. Basically what I want is to bring forth a state of being where I can appreciate, at least partly, being present in the world. And if it cannot be achieved, then that's my psyche. If I cannot, I will try my cunning. Here it's not cunning because I'm improvising. I have been scheming, but this was supposed to be scheming for good. So basically, let's cut the crap. I've read Hegel. I understand the negative moment, the suffering. I understand on a transcendental level. I will try to accept the suffering on an empirical level. I will try to, my best. I will try to contain, but I understand that I have to play the bad guy, and I will not pretend that I'm not bad because there are really negative aspects, but basically the experience, the moral experience, the physical experience, it's pretty painful. I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. Imagination has to become a reality sometimes, so yeah. But of course there is the physical pain. I will try to deal with this. It will be difficult. But there's also the moral suffering. Namely, if I associate the idea of myself with being the cause of all the problems of the world, I become insane in a negative sense, and I want to stop this insanity. And whatever. Okay. Basically, in ordinary language, if I cannot share God is being, but actually the real God is a exchange of thought, mutual, reciprocal exchange as peaceful as it can get. If I cannot share God with others, then I've said to myself, but then God is worthless. What is the point? And then that's how I retreat back into the only genuinely happy moment that I had in my empirical life. I've made videos about this. Because this was the only moment when I could be with an other, and it was innocent and joyful, and there was no corruption and there was no negativity, basically. But then I grow older, I have to accept the negativity. But basically, what I mean is, I want to share the joy of being with others, as many as possible, that's a quantitative determination, as intensely as possible. I understand that the price to pay is suffering, but there have been moments when I say to myself, but the price to pay is so expensive, so heavy, that maybe that was a mistake. So Taylor, I will tell you if the high was worth the pain. Maybe I will be able to give you an answer. We'll see that. I basically try to appease my suffering by listening to music. That's what Nietzsche said, basically. So I will post this video either today or tomorrow, because I have other videos to post, but I will do what I think is right, and yeah. I have to improvise. Apollonian drum. If you watch this, I will put a link down below. 2 videos, or maybe 3 videos about Metal Gear Solid. About language. It is no nation that we inhabit. It's language. And yeah, another video about those who don't exist, maybe who become wirklich. Maybe the spirits hopefully will become basically what I mean is spiritual war is the path that I have tried to choose. Namely, I know that spirit is connected with all the other determinations, but basically if war is spiritual, it's difficult, very difficult, but if it can alleviate the problems of geopolitical wars, that's what I consciously chose. But I am not in control of my subconscious, but I will wage my own spiritual war against myself, basically, against my lower self, through the mediation of others that it's complicated. Because it's complicated. It's complicated. Basically, I'm just nostalgic of a time that I associate in my empirical life with when love was just love. One-sided love. There was no toxic relationship or tainted love or whatever. And I know that it's partly for that when you grow up, love becomes also the opposite of itself, and there is suffering and there is negativity, etc. I will continue my lecture on logic, but if people ask me questions, I will answer. If I cannot speak, I have said enough. If I refuse to reveal certain information, probably my subconscious will reveal them to me. But that's one of my problems, namely that I do not control my subconscious, but of course I would like to control my subconscious, but there are pretty dark things in my subconscious. So in a way I would like to, and in a way I don't want to, but I have to, so well. Basically, the good thing about me is that I cannot lie. basically. I tell the truth even when I lie. So that's the that's the fun of me, as Taylor once said. Basically. That's why I might become negatively insane. I will try not to. I will try to control myself by thinking as long as I can, thinking correctly. This is why I study logic. But basically, the idea of being tormented by myself, in a way, by my worst aspects. Being tormented is not pleasant, but being tormented by myself, whatever. I will try not to complain, but I cannot pretend that I do not suffer and my suffering brings about negativity, whatever. I will not talk about psychology. I'm a Hegelian. Okay. Philosophy includes psychology within itself. Slavoj, Mr. Peterson, maybe if you watch this, maybe you cannot save me, but maybe you can save yourself by laughing about me. Right now I'm in a mood to laugh about myself, but actually... Okay, so we have, now I continue. This was my vision. To illustrate as just an illustration. Actually, this would be more yin and yang, and I will publish my video about economics, and I will still spend a few hours, maybe tomorrow again, until it's... I will not include all the things I wanted, but at least until it's true. So I understand I talk to myself here. I will publish my videos, but I will still put in a little bit of work because I feel it's necessary. And I talk to Hegel here or to God, let me work. Please, let me work. That's the work of the negative. I use whatever card I can. I will. I understand the measure, etc. If I try to over-complexify, it backfires. If I try to make things too perfect, it backfires. If I wait too long, it backfires. But if I come too early, it backfires as well. So I have to find a proper measure. But I will publish this video without editing. I mean, no, without editing. I will not edit the video. People will have to watch the entire video. Usually I watch my videos to try to put order, chronology. I will not do that. I will just say in the description, here's a video about qualitative logic. Is it good quality or bad quality? We are not yet in the realm of judgment. This is just quality. This is what I am, basically. I don't feel guilty about laughing at speculative jokes because I just laugh at myself, basically. Yeah. So, yeah, für sich sein. So it's something and something else, they are united, they are one. The one is that which excludes the other from itself, it is only in relation to itself. It is immediate, so it has re-established immediacy. So we had immediacy, although we hadn't, because immediacy is only in relation to mediation, that these are determination of essence, but basically you have to simplify. Immediacy, mediation, return to immediacy through the mediation of the mediation. Abstract, negation, concrete. Although Verden is an abstract, but here we use the simple categories of being, we apply them to everything else, basically. So, unity, separation, unity through the reunion, basically. Yeah. So, now we are in the logical dimension of one, and what is one? This is für sich sein, this is idealization or idealism. What is one is that which excludes the other. it is only in relation to itself. The republic is one, the people is one, the world is one, there is only one world, there is only one universe, there is only one God, and that's why there has to be only one state at some moment, at the end of history. History ends, I'm not saying that the world ends, actually I don't know, but history ends when mankind becomes one politically, basically, which excludes the other from itself. And one of the problems of anti-imperialism is that people keep repeating, we are all one, but the people who say we don't like diversity, they are excluded. Repulsion, exclusion is here. So basically, in Western countries, everyone is accepted except right-wingers. Yeah, that's Hegelian, basically. And then the right-wingers, they turn towards Russia because they want to negate the West, but then Russia, they think they find salvation in Russia, but then Russia wants to negate the West. I read the news. I don't, because I study logic and I write and I comment on writing, but I read enough of the news to understand, basically. That's dialectics. That's why if alt-right people, right-wing people, if they watch this, they will understand that they are just puppets, basically. So you can stop being whatever. Yeah, so the one is that which excludes the other from itself, because it contains the moment of negation. So when things are one, they are in unity, but they contain the negative relation to self, basically the moment of negation, and that's why well, I'm not in a mood to pick up the same book from Nietzsche as the one before, so I will pick up another book by Nietzsche. But Nietzsche is the kind of thinker that you have to take whatever he throws at you. I am smart enough to understand that I have to suffer, basically. I try to do my best, but whatever. So here's Nietzsche. Here's Nietzsche. Here's Nietzsche. I haven't read these books, but I've read enough to understand, basically. Yeah. Yeah. For Zarathustra, we'll see that later, maybe. Yeah. So, yeah. The only Christian, as of now, the only Christian, or the best Christian decision that I took was inspired by The Antichrist by Nietzsche, basically. I think it was one book by Nietzsche, I don't know which one, but basically it was Nietzsche. I've already said this. Maybe the most Christian decision, or one of the most. Maybe I will take even more Christians. How much a Christian do you want to be? I would like to be fully Christian. So, yeah. I will not make my video on the logic of essence because I already have. I will publish documents, basically positive, negative. I will not make my video on essence. Even now, I will just finish this video and then I will. As long as I can talk, I will use logical categories, but basically it is Nietzsche who inspired maybe the most, maybe the best decision that I took. So yeah, I wrote a few days ago that Nietzsche was, at some level, he's my only friend. So, but my friends are my enemies. But actually, they are my friends at some transcendental level, whatever. So I will not betray Nietzsche, because because I can't. That's very Nietzschean, that's very Hegelian as well. But I laugh because Hegel is the guy who tries Hegel is the guy who tries to mystify with basically Nietzsche. He just speaks he speaks like a poet. Hegel, he tries to confuse and mix everything. So I love Hegel, I love Nietzsche. Maybe I hate them both. I will not make the joke that I think of because whatever. But they are kind of the same. It's just they express themselves differently, but whatever. So the one is that which excludes. So yeah, now I will take Ecce Homo. Let us try to think beyond good and evil. Let us read Ecce Homo. Wie man wird, was man ist. But my hope, because sometimes I'm desperate, but my hope is that the unity of opposites is good. That unity is good. But also division is that which brings forth good, because if good exists only in relation to what is bad or evil, it brings forth good as well, light and dark, etc. So I will publish my documents. Yeah. So this book is one, but so it excludes the other from itself. And here I will not make jokes. I'm serious. I mean, it's one, but here it has multiplicity within itself. But here there's various parts. Namely, there are various parts, various chapters, many ideas in the Denkbestimmung sense within the book, but also many pages. It has a quantity. It is quantitatively determined. So it's a totality with many parts. It's a unity with quantitative distinctions, size. It is one book, but it has many interpretations. So unity excludes the other from itself. It is only in relation to itself, but it has negation which comes from the previous moments of the process. That's why the one contradicts itself in a way, or negates itself, which brings about the separation of the one from itself, the division of the one, the negation of the one, what the writings of the call what the writings of that's not I will laugh. I changed the pen. Now I can't erase the division. What am I gonna do? I have resources. I will just... This is the kind of jokes that God makes about me. This is a Hegelian, Nietzschean humor. So, the one. Well, I will try, when I turn down the video, I will try to erase this using some product to try to erase the division. I don't know if I succeed, but I know that I will not break down the table. That would be negative negation. If they have to be separated, well, but they have to be reunited eventually. So yeah, the one negates itself, that's negative relation to self. This is what this is why God is one, and this is why God negates himself. That's the story that in the Christian religion about Jesus, the self-negating God, or the story that pagans tell to themselves, namely Odin. Odin and Jesus, these are representations to express the self-negation of the one. And the negation of the one, I don't need my my notes any longer. The one negates itself, which brings it can only produce itself out of itself. This is what the one produces other ones, but we have a name for that which we call something and something else, one and others, other ones, we call this many or multiplicity, other ones. This is how the multiplicity emerges out of the unity, and der Verstand thinks the one is one, the many are many. Speculative thinking consists in thinking that the many are one and the one is many. This is, in case it's not clear, the origin, the logical moment of the passage from monotheism to polytheism. It's a God is one, but God is many as well. There is one God, but many gods. And they come out of the one, they are reflections of the one. Reflection is a determination of essence, but they emerge out of the one. That's why, then again, the Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians who do not understand Christianity, they think God is one. And they oppose the one to the finite. They oppose the infinite to the finite, but the one who is God knows where in the sky to earthly existence. But actually, the one, it's in the concept of the one to bring forth its own negation, which brings forth another, which is a negation of self, which is repulsion of the self, and the one produces, that's not a proper way of talking, but produces itself by negating itself, so it produces other ones who produce other ones. This is how multiplicity emerge out of unity, and that's why unity and multiplicity can be applied to many things. Each thing can be considered under the aspect of unity or multiplicity. One government, many branches of government. Physics, many branches of physics. Personality, many aspects of personality, etc., etc. And here, repulsion. Here I will use my notes because it's really difficult. That's why God has a negative relation with himself. That's why I have a negative relation with myself, basically. I don't need to study psychiatry. I mean, maybe I have empirically, but I understand logic. Psychiatry helped me understand logic, basically. So each of the many produced by the one, they are all ones, not one, they are all ones. So the multiplicity, is composed of ones. Right? The many are one, but they are also ones. The ones are the many in the moment of the ones are the many. Let me think. Yeah. Because here the English language is useful. To say the many are one and the many are ones with an S, it's different. It's important. Because the many are one is multiplicity in the moment of unity. The many are ones, it's unity in the moment of multiplicity. Basically, it's as you can envision, it's identical, but it's nonetheless different. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. So the one differentiates itself, that's repulsion. And the many, because they are all ones, not one, but they are all ones, they have a negative relation to one another, they are in a repulsive relationship to one another. This is why there are conflicts between human beings, because all humans are made in the image of the one, but there are many, and that's why they are in conflict with one another, but also because they are all the same, although they are different, they are attracted by one another. Each one of the many is what the other is. Basically, that's why white people, they are all the same. Human beings, they are all the same. Women, they are all the same. Men, they are all the same. Although there are many women, many white people, many men. I will use songs that I've been listening to. I will not sing, but yeah. People can listen to this song, maybe they will understand. I will improvise. I will use my own negativity, maybe my own stupidity, to try to make a profit out of it. 50 cents, that's half a coin, that's half a dollar. So it's lacking in a way. So if you have just 50 cents, you're lacking a dollar. So I will use another song by 50 Cent. So 50 Cent and 50 cents, that's a dollar. So the unity has been re-established. Hopefully this is profitable. We'll see that. Hopefully we can make a profit out of this. Yeah. That's Hegelian philosophy. When a really negative things happen, but a thing is negative because whatever. Try to make the best out of the current circumstances. Yeah. So yeah, so basically because the many ones, because they are all ones, they are all one, but they are also all ones, they are only in relation to one another, to themselves, so they are attracted by one another because there is a relation to self. That's why repulsion and attraction are logical determination. And here I will end the video by commenting what I wrote. I will put songs, I have already put songs. People are smart enough now. I have overestimated people's intelligence. Maybe I have underestimated because I thought that once I had whatever. I overestimated people's intelligence, and then I started to think I have to really explain everything perfectly, every detail, etc., which I'm not doing because there are categories which are lacking here. It's not very rigorous. I have not made as many example illustrations as I would like to, but no, I will not. I will try to be Hegelian in a good sense. I will try to be balanced. Namely, I have made the video, how long it is now? Okay, it will probably be at least a few minutes, but it's more than 4.5 hours. It will be more than 4.5 hours. I have explained sufficiently so that intelligent people, whatever their IQ, education, these are quantitative determinations. Now you can pick up a book by Hegel, you can understand. If people somehow they are interested, they ask me questions, I will answer. If I cannot speak, I have left enough You know what? I have to be defeated. I mean, the negative aspect may have to be defeated. If I can be defeated by my own ideas, which eventually have to happen. So if I can be defeated by cultural Hegelians, the negative aspect of me. I'm not completely negative because I've studied Hegel. Look, I give you the tools. Use them wisely and carefully and cunningly, whoever you are. If I become too repulsive or too negative or too whatever, schlechte Unendlichkeit or whatever, I have given enough conceptual weapons to defeat the negative within me. And my path will be to use intellectual weapons. I know that the intellect is connected with everything else, but yeah, I will try to I have to suffer. I make others suffers unconsciously and probably consciously. I try to balance, but I have spread enough. Enough is a quantitative determination of categories. Intelligent people, people who are quantitatively intelligent, they can read Hegel. If you watch some of my videos, and they will understand. And people who are not quantitatively intelligent, hopefully it's clear enough to understand at least partly or completely at least. It's really simplified. But now I will just finish with this. So the many ones are in relation to one another. They have a negative relation with one another, but also they are attracted to one another, and that's why Schopenhauer says humans are like hedgehogs, basically. He doesn't use the word hedgehog, but I cannot speak German well enough or English. Porc-épic. They have spines on their back, so the humans, they are attracted like hedgehogs with one another, but they hurt one another because of their spikes, so they distantiate themselves from one another, but then they are cold, so they get closer. Repulsion, attraction, that's how society functions. And there are various societies, those who find the proper balance, where the negative relationship between the citizens are limited in the good sense, in the quantitative limitation, namely limit here is negative, but the proper limit in the realm of measure is the proper balance. Namely, there are balanced societies where the negative aspect of human beings, which comes from God, basically, so from me, basically, from my ego, where the negative relationship between humans is properly balanced. That's why there are stable societies and there are unstable societies when repulsion becomes really negative, and yeah. But basically, that's why human beings enjoy being alone, mostly men, because men and women are different, but there are various kinds of repulsion. Repulsion can be positive, namely to be left alone in peace, tranquility, etc. So this is solitary behavior, and also this is socialization in a way. So there is always this conflicting tendency: the will to be with others, the will to be with oneself. In various modes, etc. So politics, and here it's politics and sociology is determined by repulsion and attraction. Psychology as well. I will talk about psychology. In case people haven't understood, repulsion and attraction are reciprocally united. That's why people are attracted by what they find repulsive to various degrees. And I will use the examples. and I will just talk about politics. The moment of unity is Anglo-Saxon individualism, basically. That's the one is one, the individual is an individual. He has to be protected against the oppressive power of the state or against the mob rule of mob mentality. Protect the one against the many. That's Anglo-Saxon one-sided thinking. Der Verstand. The one is one, the many are many. Communist or fascist thinking is the many have to assert themselves against the dissolution of individualism, liberal individualism. That's Mussolini and communism, basically. The revolt, and even National Socialism, the revolt of the many against the one. But the reason why Anglo-Saxon libertarian individualism and fascism, whether here fascism means authoritarian rule in the name of the masses, basically. Let us simplify. Communism, fascism, oppressive regime, both are oppressive in a way, although it's better to be oppressed in an Anglo-Saxon society than in a fascist totalitarian society, but both are lacking because they are one-sided. And that's why, here I make a brief comment on political theory, the ideal, in a good sense, of Republicans, not the American Republicans, the political theorist of Republic is to bring forth a society in which the many are united and when the rights of the individual are respected, but the individual doesn't live alone in his private sphere making just business, that's Anglo-Saxon individualism, but the individual participates in the life of the collective, so the one and the many, which are one, but are in a balanced, harmonious unity. That is the ideal of the republic in political theory. Republicans, not American Republicans, although historically this is what the American Republic kind of was supposed to be, or maybe, I don't know, but basically this is an idea of individualism without mercantilism, with mercantilism of business. It's basically, we have to respect the individuality of the ones, the citizens, but not to the point of individual liberty becomes oppressive through basically people, they retreat in their own private business and no one cares about the public life, etc. So that's the conflict between right-wing individualism, which also exists on the left, and left-wing collectivism, which also exists on the right. Fascism is right-wing collectivism, communism, socialism, etc. It's left-wing, etc. And there is left-wing and right-wing version of individualism, and basically political problems come from the attempt to solve this contradiction. And that's what I had to say about politics. So now, psychology. Psychology is basically people are attracted by what they find repulsive. Do I have to illustrate? No, I think I will see for myself. But basically, everyone is psychologically determined to be attracted by either in interpersonal relationships, like this person is vulgar, he's disgusting, he's deplorable, he's repulsive, either physically, morally, whatever. But we keep talking about him, basically. Trump is repulsive, he attracts a lot of attention. He's also very attractive because he's repulsive. Yeah. These are kind of positive repulsion and there's negative repulsion. Like the reason why people do really sick or watch really sick things is because they are attracted by what they find repulsive. So here I will use logic to try to save Taylor, come to the rescue. Look what you made me do. Not to you, but to do whatever. Yeah. Thank you, Taylor, for your songs. Yeah. So, look what we may do. Basically, I will use this as a try to say the reason why I might have acted or act weirdly, really weird, like in some, maybe very negative, is because in a way I'm kind of attracted, at least subconsciously, by things that I find repulsive. So I really do find some things repulsive, but I'm kind of, I will not blame this on logic, but I'm kind of attracted by what I find repulsive, basically. That's not the only aspect of me, but that's an aspect, and that's what has made me suffer over the past few months. And simply, it's very basic human psychology. Thanatos, eros. And the only way to transcend this problem is through art, aesthetic expression. And this is where Lady Gaga and Eminem enter the picture. They are so great because they have found an artistic way to transcend their own repulsive aspect. I don't blame them because no, if people watch it, they will understand that Eminem, he has a negative aspect, repulsive aspects, but he has transcended them through artistic expression, and Lady Gaga as well. I don't blame them as individuals. If I do, I'm being dishonest, because they are made in the image of God, but simply it's the most perfect expression in the realm of modern artistic pop music of these problems that we can find later, positive, negative, etc. Namely that they have succeeded in transcending their own inner negativity, and I know that they have suffered. I will speak what I think. I will just finish this, but maybe it will be a few. I will say what I think, because a few months ago, I've had many relations or lack of, I don't know, with Lady Gaga, paparazzi, etc., etc. Marry the night, and I will say what I think, because this is what I think. Stephanie. Stephanie Germanotta. She's the first. She's the first human being that I have encountered or that I have recognized, paradoxically, because I understood that she suffered. I don't know her personal life, and honestly, I cannot say that I care, because I bought books, but I haven't read them because I had something else to do. But I have watched her, some of her songs, and whatever people think about Lady Gaga, and whatever I might think, because I understand attraction, repulsion, etc., etc. Whatever I say or have said or might say, I cannot deny the fact that she's a great artist, the greatest female artist maybe in modern pop music. The same goes for Marshall, basically. I just understood by listening to some of her songs, her dark songs, that she had suffered, and she still does, and she may be a white, privileged American, whatever, but there is inner suffering, and I understood this by listening to her songs. And the same goes for Marshall Mathers. He has suffered economically, etc., and then he's rich and famous, etc., etc. That's the story. But I acknowledge, I mean, he talks about this in all of his songs, basically, that he suffers an inner suffering, and he has succeeded in transcending, at least for others. For himself, I don't know, but at least he has helped some others, and I know that they suffer because I understand their artistic expression. So there are lots of people who suffer on this planet of various kinds of suffering, deprivation, physical suffering, etc., etc. I know that abstractly, an sich sein für anders, Realität, I understand. But the people in the far right spheres, I have traveled this path intellectually, who say modern America, modern Western culture is degenerate, etc. It's partly true, but it's also partly false, so it's not really true. European music, European art, European culture, in its which is actually American, but precisely Lady Gaga and Eminem, they are American, they are white, they are European. These are different, but actually they are universal. They transcend most of their problems through artistic expression and whatever. Basically, I'm just a guy. What kind of twisted experiment am I involved in? My life has consisted, basically, I simplify, reading Hegel, listening to Eminem. When I need inspiration, I borrow from Hegel or from Eminem. And yeah, that's why I don't really understand myself, and that's why it's so strange and so weird to be here, but whatever. Yeah, so yeah, repulsion, attraction, psychology, psychoanalysis, psychiatry. So it works in politics, it works in psychology, inner relationship to self, relationship to others. That's why people keep talking about what they find repulsive, so they are attracted by what they keep talking about. That's how humans are programmed. If you understand this, whoever you are, maybe you can understand. Maybe it's liberating. Yeah. And finally, we talk about the natural sciences, electromagnetism, electricity magnetism, repulsion, attraction. This is what structures the physical world. So it's found in physics, in biology, attraction is basically attraction for one sex or one sex for the other. Repulsion, that would be negativity, death drive, etc. Eros, Thanatos, etc., etc. And the reason why women kind of act weird sometimes is because the reason why women are attracted by bad guys. I mean, there are good bad guys and there are bad guys, and yeah, but these are quantitative determination, but also quantitative determination of measures. So the reason why they are attracted is because the one, if we had to talk in ordinary language, would be the masculine principle, and the multiplicity would be the feminine principle at the highest speculative metaphysical level. So women are more dependent than men because the one is self-subsistent, and the many are a product of the one, so they are kind of dependent on the one. But the one also kind of needs the many, although he doesn't really need them. So that's a complex relationship. So that's why basically that's the metaphysical reason why women are attracted by men in spite of some dubious behaviors sometimes. That's not an excuse to act like a jerk and like a like a bad guy, you know, if you hear it, don't think, God or whoever, or Hegel or logic says, now I can adopt repulsive behaviors, women will like me. Don't try to play this trick on me. But basically, that's why women will recognize themselves. They are attracted, here they are in the realm of empiricism. Empirical women are attracted by empirical men with dubious behavior, sometimes controversial, because of these logical categories. Yeah. Look, Mr. Peterson, I had a song for you. I will not sing. You can, if you watch this or if anyone, you can listen to this song. You're a womanizer, Mr. Peterson. Women in the West are attracted to you because you are kind of a masculine male. Yeah, that's why they are attracted. Yeah, basically. And then there's the quantitative proportion of strength versus weakness, because there are people who are more controversial than Peterson, but they are weak. So women find this repulsive. But Peterson, as of now, is the perfect womanizer in the West because he has the proper balance of attraction, because he's smart, he dresses well, he speaks well, and also he's kind of repulsive because he talks about IQ, about the problems of the West, about masculinity, about sociobiology. He has controversial opinions, and that's why he's attractive for males, but also for women. That's why women are attracted by Mr. Peterson, because they are attracted by what they find repulsive. There is worse kind of repulsion than what Peterson talks about. I laugh now, but whatever. Yeah. So basically, this is completely ludicrous because I never. So yeah, now this is quality has qualified itself completely. So this is the full determination of quality. So Bestimmtheit was the determinacy, precisely quality, which was one with being. But now that the Bestimmtheit, which is the moment of the negation, can indifferently negate itself, so that the one becomes the many, but the many are one. So the Bestimmtheit becomes indifferent to the being of the one and the many, and one and many are determinations of quality, but in their passage into quantity. And this is why the difference between quality and quantity is that quality is being with the Bestimmtheit is one with being, and in quantity the Bestimmtheit is indifferent. It can be changed, increased, decreased indifferently, and a being doesn't cease to be what it is if it loses its quantity, although it loses its being if it loses its quality. But in quantity the Bestimmtheit is, or the limit, or whatever, is indifferent up to a certain extent, and when the indifferent quantitative change goes beyond a certain quantitative measure, the indifferent quantitative change becomes qualitative, and this qualitative change through a quantitative change of limit or Bestimmtheit is what we call a change of measure. And that's why Qualität, Quantität, Mass. Bestimmtheit is one with being. Bestimmtheit is indifferent to being. It can change, increase, decrease, extend, intensify, continuity, discretion. It remains what it is. The being of the thing is a determination of essence, but die Sache selbst, as I would say, the quantitative change is indifferent to the being of die Sache selbst. But there comes a moment, which is a logical moment, when the indifferent change produces a qualitative change, and quality passes into quantity. Quantity would like to go back into quality, but no, you've changed things forever, etc., etc. You cannot go back to the first moment, so the return of quantity into quality is no longer quality, it's now measure, which is quantified quality. It contains both moments in itself, and that's why everything has its measure. This video is almost too long, so I will now stop. I had many other writings, but now I will take a pause. I grant myself the right to take a walk for a few minutes and to drink a glass of water. I try to appreciate. And then I will still work to complete the video that, the culturally Hegelian video. Maybe this video is culturally Hegelian. I will nonetheless still work to publish a fully structured video at least once, and then I will publish my documents. I've understood enough. So yeah. I will just conclude by saying that I understand the logic of measure. I try to be measured, but I suffer from the idea that at some level I am programmed to lose my measure, and I don't like repulsion, whatever. I would like to remain stable and to control myself, and I will do my best to try to, but I will not make jokes, but if God wants me to become crazy, I will become crazy, but I will resist, not in the schlechte Unendlichkeit. I will try to transcend my insanity through art, and I will try to stabilize myself as long as I can. One way of transcending my suffering is making speculative jokes, but sometimes I'm not in a mood to make jokes any longer, but simply, yeah, the writings of Hegel are available. I am willing to share everything, eventually. So everything that I have written, it's available. Yeah, but basically that's what I could say about the logic of being, the logic of quality, and yeah. So I will stop the video here, and I will end with a joke. Surely, probably, there's something missing, but if I try to think about what might be missing, I mean, there are categories missing, examples that I forgot, whatever. I have decided a few weeks ago, say, I just don't care. Not in a nihilistic way, in a sense that I will improvise. I knew that I had someone to improvise, but I will not completely improvise in the sense that I have been working on a video that I will publish about libertarianism and communism. I still will put a few hours of work into this video, then I will publish this video and all my videos. I will speak intelligibly, calmly, as long as I can. Yeah. So I will stop the video here. So that was a lecture on the logic of being. I will not make jokes. I will let people laugh at me for good or bad about the quality of the video, whatever.